Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
In most conversations about the American Civil War, there's one perspective that always seems to be conspicuously absent. In the endless arguments about the cause of the war, which side had the better generals, what would have happened if Jackson had been at Culp's Hill, there's a ghost at the feast. Let's be real. These types of conversations about which side was better, the Union or the Confederacy, are primarily being had among white people. Yes, my friends, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but checkmate Lincolnites is indeed some white people shit. Among most Black Americans, historically and today, there is no doubt about what the central issue at stake during the war was, or what the most important outcome was of the United States victory. It's often said that the Civil War wasn't about slavery until Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 for strategic reasons. But it had always been a war for slavery for the Southern planters who seceded to protect it. And more importantly, the people they enslaved recognized it as a war for liberation from the very beginning, and they took action accordingly. By the time the Emancipation Proclamation took effect, Southern slavery was already disintegrating, primarily due to the resistance and sabotage done by enslaved people. The outbreak of the Civil War was the opening Black Southerners had been waiting for centuries. With so many plantation owners and military-age white men away at war, the Confederate home front was vulnerable, and enslaved people exploited that weakness gleefully. They refused to follow orders. They stopped working. They emancipated themselves by the thousands and headed for Union lines. They formed militias and political organizations. In one Kentucky town in 1861, enslaved people even marched in the streets shouting hurrahs for Lincoln and liberty. And as soon as the Union Army came close to an enslaved population, they oftentimes openly rebelled, seizing control of their enslaver's house, eating his food, and wearing his clothes. It was only later that, in the words of W.E.B. Du Bois, with perplexed and laggard steps, the United States government followed in the footsteps of the black slave. But this was only the first stage of the servile insurrection which would crush American slavery. Once the Emancipation Proclamation explicitly turned United States forces into an army of deliverance, formerly enslaved people, free people of color, and white abolitionist radicals worked together to compel the federal government to form the United States Colored Troops and send 180,000 black men down south to destroy the slave republic of the Confederacy. The USCT infused the Union Army with fresh troops and morale at a critical point in the war, when Northern public opinion was increasingly turning toward peace and compromise. But in the fight against slavery, there could be no compromise for Black America. Now, I'm sure I could sit here for hours and ramble to you about all this stuff, but I think I'd rather draw on the thoughts and opinions of a few experts in Black American military history. This past Juneteenth, my good friend Carl Casarda of In Range TV and I were invited to the Buffalo Soldiers Museum in Houston, Texas, to see some lectures and presentations about Black soldiers in the American Civil War. While we were at it, we filmed some interviews with Black Civil War reenactors who were an absolute wealth of hidden history and underappreciated knowledge. So on this very special episode of The Abolitionists, we'll be hearing from them about how the movement to abolish slavery in America actually succeeded.
Yeah, the slavery was definitely the 8,000-pound gorilla in the room when it comes to that conversation, right? And it's not just from the Civil War. I mean, it goes back to the Revolutionary War too, right? So you think about our motivations. Like there were, anywhere up to 5,000 to 7,000 Africans that served the Patriot side during the Revolutionary War, and people ask, well, what's their motivation, right? Same thing on the British or Loyalist side. There were anywhere from like 12 to 20,000. What was their motivation? Freedom. Slavery is the 8,000-pound gorilla in the room. We cared about freedom. We were an enslaved population. We were dragged from Africa. We had some folks of African descent that sold us into slavery, right? Wars were instituted in Africa, a lot of times by Europeans to make sure that it brought a steady flow of slaves. Many of us are descended from prisoners of war. So there's even a kind of a warrior culture in some of our heritage, because these are people who fought wars and some of us lost, and we ended up becoming slaves. It was scary for the enslavers to have us together if we spoke the same language. A lot of times that was specifically focused on. We want to separate these different cultures, because yes, if we spoke the same language, now we could fight you. That movie Amistad, I thought was a great example of that. When they start chanting "Way-O-2, Way-O-2," they're speaking the same language, and these are big, strong people. These are warriors, so yeah. And servile insurrection was one of the biggest fears, especially in the South, because we have slave patrols that were set up in order to be able to prevent that. Little military organizations that young white men were forced to think poorly about African. They didn't even have a choice, because many states in the South said, okay, you have to serve as part of this military organization that's a slave patrol, and you need to be able to demean people of color and ask them if they're free or slave and demand a pass. And of course, even if you were somebody who wasn't raised with slaves, immediately you think this person is lesser than you because you have power over them, and you're taught that servile insurrection is something you need to suppress brutally. No wonder they thought it was okay to massacre U.S. colored troops after they surrendered during the Civil War. You've been taught your whole life that these people are below you and that they need to be stopped, and that if they are armed, that they are dangerous.
What I found out in my time doing the Civil War reenacting, specifically with United States colored troops, is that they're involving themselves in a war to save the Union, with the understanding if that's the way that they're going to gain emancipation, enfranchisement, equality, equity, inclusion, and even education, this is what they're going to have to do, right? So their agenda was emancipation first. They just realized they had to save the Union in order to get that.
But it's interesting that when the Civil War breaks out, and when this sort of great opportunity for emancipation presents itself, everybody in the abolitionist movement, whether it's Martin Delany or Frederick Douglass, everybody kind of goes toward this one goal, which is like, yes, let's use the federal government, let's use the United States Army to essentially, bring freedom, to our, fellow man. So that's really interesting how kind of all these different kind of strategies in the 1850s focus on this one strategy in the 1860s that ends up being successful. And, one thing that's that Eric Foner in his book about Reconstruction goes over at the beginning when he's talking about the effects of the Emancipation Proclamation is this idea that, for the white North, it was all about preserving the Union, but for the Black South, from the very beginning, from, Fort Sumter, it was like, this is a war to free us. We're going to free ourselves,
Slaves resisted in many different ways, by just refusing to work or to work as hard, sometimes poisoning masters. Sometimes it was, there were slave revolts, but, that form of resistance has been around for generations. And it's not even just an African-American thing. It's literally, you can trace people who have been enslaved for generations doing that. But it was part of the resistance to make the powers that be felt that we were content. It was a form of survival. And then they thought less of us, and they didn't expect us to be doing things like listening, when they're talking about plans. And now many of us are becoming spies because we're hearing them. Oh, these Negroes aren't going to care about what we say. We're their masters, right? But we're listening, and we do a very good job at listening. And we're able to communicate that to Northern troops when they're coming through the different areas. So there are many forms of resistance that go above and beyond just using your weapon. And before we became the United States colored troops, Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation enabled that slave revolt. It freed all slaves and states in act of rebellion against the U.S. It made the entire Union Army an army of freedoms wherever it went. Juneteenths were literally happening everywhere, in Tennessee, in Virginia, in Mississippi. Wherever the Union Army went, slaves were freed, and now they had the opportunity to join the organization that was designed for the recruitment and training and arming of those troops, the United States Colored Troops of the American Civil War.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it's interesting how much the Confederate planter class, the Confederate government and the Confederate military fretted about servile insurrection, and specifically, in kind of the feverish, months of the secession crisis, when they kind of said the quiet part out loud, in a lot of saying, obviously famously Alexander Stephens sort of getting up in front of crowds in Georgia saying slavery is the cornerstone of the Confederacy. They fretted about servile insurrection. It was their worst nightmare. But at the same time, they also had this narrative that was, but our slaves are contented and happy and they enjoy their work and we're helping them. And so there was this sort of contradictory idea in their mind. But what I find really fascinating is that even though the Confederate planter class seceded to protect slavery in response to Lincoln's election, what they didn't count on was the enslaved reaction to that.
Right.
Was the fact that so many enslaved people, amounted to, they sort of enacted what was sort of almost what you could call a labor strike.
Not everybody was enslaved, but the majority of the United States Colored Troops were taken from, if they weren't from a position of enslavement, they were taken from a position of you were a runaway, transitioned into your life as a contraband, and then became a soldier, or contributed to the United States Colored Troops. And so, I'm talking to people like everybody knows what I'm talking about. I just want to clarify, when I use the term contraband, those were the...
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Please make sure you hit the like button as you come in. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. And Urban Landlord Clips, also subscribe to that. This particular video just came out a day or two ago, and it speaks to a topic that SKC and I talked about a few months ago. And actually, we probably had this ongoing conversation for years. He contends, well, my contention is that one of the first step for African slaves or American black slaves to be free is wanting to be free. And for some reason or another, people like SKC don't seem to get that. You can only be free if you want to be free. And of course, it's the planter class was white, emancipation needs to happen. No one, that argument doesn't preclude the next steps, but the absolute first step is you want to be free. And that just goes for some reason or another against some of the anti-black blacks who seem to think black men can't do anything without white approval or white acquiescence or just something white in your tea or coffee to make it sweet. So I just had to I just had to have that. I just had to say that just in case SKC happens to hear this or he comes in later. I just want to get that jab in. Good morning, Nightish. How you doing? Good to see you. And the Nightish crew, good morning to everybody. This is basically a video that kind of frames the Civil War as a slave revolt, at least in the South. I'm a history guy, so you know what? It's interesting to me, and hopefully you all will find it interesting too. There aren't a whole lot of black Civil War reenactors, so that's kind of interesting as well.
The runaway enslaved people that transitioned to freedom by becoming a refugee laborer. They followed the military, they cooked, they cleaned, they pretty much did all the functions supporting the military. They weren't actually military jobs. And those ended up becoming, most of those recruits in the United States Colored Troops were contrabands. You know, they were recently the term is self-emancipated, you know, enslaved people, you know.
Well, and they probably, some of them, a lot of them did like similar jobs in the Confederate Army when they were enslaved, you know, like as Teamsters and cooks and stuff. So they, you know, but obviously there would have been the possibility for advancement in the Union Army.
Now, some of them I always forget, because I always talk about it from the point of view as, you know, from enslavement to being a soldier, and I say that they were self-emancipated, but there is a portion of them that are actually being seized as property and brought into the military. I know a lot of Confederate guys, they people with Confederate sympathies, they'll say, see, somebody's listening to this now, say, see, they did the same stuff they were, you know, look, most of the time, these people are self-emancipating, and they're volunteering themselves into service. However, we do see cases where the U.S. military would go from plantation to plantation, and they would say, look, we're going to give you some money to free your person, because it's inevitable. They're going to end up, you see, especially as we get closer to the establishment of the Emancipation Proclamation, they're telling them, like, I can give you a little bit something now for your loss. It's basically a reparation to the slave master, right? Like a buyout, you know. I'm going to give you something, because if you wait to the end, you probably won't get anything at all. And I just want to be on good terms with you, so that way you don't decide to flip on me and decide to be Confederate sympathizer. Right.
I can speak from the female side of things. We are often completely ignored and neglected and just non-existent. Like our records, if you look up Black records for USCT in general, like women aren't even on paper. We're listed as unknown. And so when it, like, for example, when it comes to compensation and pay, we did not get compensation. At least the Black soldier got $10 a month, $7 after they paid for their equipment, because they thought they were too irresponsible to pay for their own stuff and take care of things. But we got nothing. So you mean to tell me I have to do your laundry, I have to cook for you, I have to cut into your body and save your life for no money at all? I'm an amalgamation. So primarily what I normally represent is a captain in the Union Medical Corps as an assistant surgeon. So I like to show and highlight the side of Black females. We weren't just cleaning up slop and blood and cooking for everyone and doing laundry. We literally would do brain surgery. We would cut off limbs. We would save soldiers' lives, Black and white. And I also talk about Harriet Tubman and Susie King Taylor, and how I was taught under them, and women like me, herbal remedies that would actually be more life-saving than the pharmaceuticals that they would force us to use. And how it went back to our African roots, that honey that was passed down from generation to generation. And then we get to mix in Native American herbal remedies along with Mexican, since we're down in Texas, the Tejano community, how they took us in after we were freed, and allowed us to go into Mexico, and they helped remind us what we were at our core, how we were more than just property. And they allowed us to come in there, and we mixed and commingled together, building up their community and then building us up in return, hospitals, schools, literally clinics. And we would share our medicines, and we mixed bloodlines, and we supported one another.
What was the experience of the formerly enslaved person who joined the USCT versus sort of the free Black Northerner joining the USCT, and kind of what were the different motivations from these people?
Yeah, definitely. Well, if you're a Southerner, I mean, you were literally might have just been freed, and you may have relatives on other plantations that may have been sold away or just further away, or where the Union Army wasn't able to reach you, that you were literally trying to free. So I love hearing the story of a battle called Milliken's Bend. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that. That took place during the Vicksburg campaign. And when you hear the Vicksburg, like, they never mentioned the Black troops that fought there. But this was June 7th, 1863, and a bunch of white the obviously the Emancipation Proclamation has happened, and a bunch of white recruiters are going around to all these plantations in Louisiana and Mississippi trying to recruit freshly freed slaves. And not a lot of them are like thrilled about it. They don't trust these white men that are coming out and talking to them, but they get this black guy, and his name is Jack Jackson. And I mean, I think I'm a pretty big dude. I'm about 6 foot, 215 or something like that. I think he was about as big as me, if not bigger. Bald head. Maybe he had been an overseer when he was on the plantation, but he was somebody that like commanded attention. And they start bringing him out to recruit. And some of these slaves are not super thrilled about joining. Many are, but the ones that weren't thrilled, he's yanking them like, "Come on, you're coming with us," right? So, and they form this black brigade that fights at this Battle of Milligan's Bend, where they're like they haven't even really been trained. Some of them barely know how to fire their weapons. I think they'd been in the military service for about 3 weeks, and they're attacked by a Texas brigade of cavalry who also didn't have combat experience, but they were pretty well trained. And they fought them pretty much to a draw on the Battle of the Levee at Milliken's Bend. And it was like one of the most brutal fights, bayonets, rifle butts, cracking open skulls. Black Jack Jackson, as they say, was one of the most terrifying fighters during that battle. He was very dangerous with the bayonet. He killed and wounded a lot of people, but they made a special note, the Texans, to shoot him at the top of the levee because he was big, he was imposing. Yeah. But they ended up driving the black troops who had never really fought before almost to the Mississippi River. And then the Union gunboats came and knocked the Confederates out of position. And they ended up winning that battle. So it's one of the earliest battles of the USCT. But I think the point I was trying to make is it's a different experience, right? Because you're coming just off the plantation. If you're coming from the South many times. And of course, you could have been a free man of color too. There were free people, but maybe you have family members that were still enslaved. Maybe you were a slave owner technically because you bought some of your own family members, right? You hear people get look at the blacks, they own slaves too. Yeah, many times they're buying their own family members so that, they can remain with them and not be sold somewhere else.
I was so excited to see the beginning of this presentation. I couldn't watch the whole thing because I'd be everywhere at once, but you begin with the story of Jacob Dodson. And I don't know if you know this man, but he's one you need to study when it comes to understanding what was going on prior to the.
Let me pause this right here to address our young Englishman, Kelvin. I don't really get your point about these people being nutters, quote nutters. Why do you think they're nuts? Because they're not they're not indoors playing video games. Help me out here. How is this any crazier than never getting outside into the fresh air, knowing about history, and just sitting there, eating potato chips on a couch playing video games? I don't see one being any less nuts. I do see one being a little bit healthier. At least you get some sunshine and some exercise. So just curious. Help me out. Help me understand.
United States Color Troops, because this man, he essentially raised 300 men that said he took the self-initiative to basically raise his own unit. The longer story is that this man, he is phenomenal before he does that. He's a black explorer out west. He's doing the same type of work like Lewis and Clark. He goes out there, he comes back. I guess he's saying there's got to be more. Yeah, like, yes, I'm freer out here in the Western frontier, but there's got to be something more I can do for my own community. So I believe that he was doing almost like servant work or janitorial work or something like that on.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it here. This is about halfway through a little bit over 30-minute video. The point here is that I find in this particular space, in the anti-black spaces in general, the people seem to want to. People seem to be seeking a unified theory as far as point of view or lifestyle or just a kind of philosophy. And as an older Black American, I can tell you right now, life does not work that way. A lot of life as you get older is situational. You know, the right tool for the right job, the right skill for the right situation. And you know, I find it problematic that you know, people who will sit in front of a TV for 12 hours playing video games would find, you know, people who are interested in other things, or black people who are interested in other things, just you know, heap a bunch of rhetorical abuse on them. So, you know, I'll kind of get into it later, but I find it almost revolting. You know, I hate to be all parental and stuff, but y'all need to fucking get a grip and realize that not everybody is into the same things. And you know, it goes back to the point I'm trying to, you know, push as an overall narrative of this show. Black people are not a monolith. We don't all think alike. And bottom line is, you know, they fought a civil war. Well, black people, you know, in the North fought a civil war so we could do what the fuck we want to do. And I find it, you know, I find it real problematic that people of a certain age have not been able to think their way through their stupidity. So blunt words, but fuck it. I hope I hurt some feelings out there. You are attacked. It's directed directly at you, Kelvin. You and Dave. Deacon Dave, what is there to be delivered from? Deacon Dave says, I'm not black no more. I've been delivered. Delivered from what? Yourself? Anyway, let us move on to the news. And there are a couple videos I'll be showing later, not exactly on the same topic, but kind of in that, you know, we are not stuck, you know, behind a plow anymore. We can kind of do what we want to do sometimes. So I'm going to lead off here with, you know, kind of a wrap up of the floods in Texas. According to this, at least 161 people missing in Texas floods, and the death toll is right around 109. So just kind of wrapping up on this major tragedy. So we'll just listen to this, and then I've got a couple opinion pieces on the topic as well.
You're listening to at least 161 people missing in Texas floods as death toll rises to 109. A news story written by Anumita Kaur, Angie Orellana Hernandez, and Patrick Svitek, and read by an AI-generated voice. More than 160 people are known to be missing after devastating floods swept through central Texas over the July 4th weekend. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, Republican, said Tuesday, raising the possibility that the death toll could surpass 200 in what is already one of the deadliest flood events in the past 5 decades. Just in the Kerr County area alone, there are 161 people who are known to be missing, Abbott said at a news conference Tuesday. We will not stop until every missing person is accounted for. Torrential downpours caused a surge of river water early Friday, producing a deluge that left 109 people dead. The disaster claimed the lives of more than 24 children, shaking the region in a scene that Abbott has described as nothing short of horrific. The magnitude of the tragedy also exposed gaps in the region's ability to warn people about catastrophic weather events. There are far more fatalities than there were in Hurricane Harvey. That's how catastrophic this is, Abbott said Tuesday. This is beyond anyone's comprehension right now. Harvey struck in 2017, killing 88. Camp Mystic, a summer camp in Kerr County, said it was mourning the loss of 27 campers and counselors. 5 children and a counselor remain missing from the camp as search and rescue efforts continue, Abbott said Tuesday, adding that 13 helicopters would be scouring the region. The last live rescue was made Friday, said Kerrville Community Services Officer Jonathan Lamb. Kerrville established a phone line Friday to report missing residents, officials said at the Tuesday news conference. The number of people unaccounted for quickly grew to several hundred, said Freeman Martin, director of the Texas Department of Public Safety. Analysts worked with Kerr County Sheriff's Office and the Kerrville Police Department to narrow that down. People who had been identified as deceased, people who had been found alive, Deconflicted numbers that have been reported twice, Martin said. And we are still down to 161 missing. Kerrville City Manager Dalton Rice said the number of those missing may still rise. There are so many places you can camp right along the river, he said in an interview. Meteorologists last week had cautioned that there was potential for flooding late Thursday and early Friday across central Texas, the most flash flood-prone region in the country. But there was little indication of just how torrential and unrelenting the downpours would become. The number of flood deaths has increased in recent years, fueled by heavier rainfall linked to climate change, and the disaster has compelled a renewed emphasis on a years-long push for a comprehensive flood monitoring system in Kerr County. President Donald Trump has signed a disaster declaration for Kerr County, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Monday at a news conference. Trump is planning to visit Texas on Friday to tour the damage. At the Texas Capitol, lawmakers could take up the issue of disaster response. They were already preparing for a special session set to begin July 21st. Abbott, who controls the agenda, indicated he could now add flood-related proposals to the workload. Lawmakers in both parties have suggested they revisit a bill from the regular session, which ended in early June, that would have set up a statewide plan to bolster the state's disaster preparedness, including with better alert methods. The legislation passed the House, but died in the Senate. The proposal would not have gone into effect until September 1st. Still, one of the House Republicans who voted against the bill, State Representative Wes Verdell, represents Kerr County and recently told the Texas Tribune he probably should have supported it in retrospect. Another House Republican, State Representative Drew Darby, sent a letter to Abbott on Tuesday asking him to add the bill to the special session agenda. While no legislation passed this session would have prevented the heartbreaking loss of life in this particular instance or eased the grief so many have endured, these measures can help mitigate future harm and ultimately save lives in the face of future natural disasters, Darby wrote. The Speaker of the Texas House, Representative Dustin Burrows, Republican, on Tuesday said state lawmakers will hold hearings to determine what could have been done better. We're ready to get started. The legislators I talked to are very interested in finding solutions to not accept that we can't do better, Burrows said at the news conference. We will come up with legislation that I believe will make it to the governor's desk and make us a stronger, better, more resilient Texas. Brady Dennis contributed to this report.
All right, well, let's play this little Governor Abbott clip here.
I have a new number, however. So one thing we've been reaching out to the public about is to get better information about those who were not registered at a camp, those who were not registered at a hotel, those who may have been down here who no one really had any accounting of. And through law enforcement agencies working together, they provided me this number. Just in the Kerr County area alone, there are 161 people who are known to be missing. And again, that comes from combined law enforcement efforts, 161 known people who are missing. Know this, we will not stop until every missing person is accounted for. Know this also, there very likely could be more added to that list. One way that we were able to expand the list of those who are missing is because family members, friends, neighbors, etc., begin calling in and reporting them as missing. What I want to do is once again provide a reminder to anybody watching this that if you have a friend, a family member, somebody that you think may be missing because of this storm, we need you to call the number that I'm about to give you. It is 830-258-1111.
Every day when you're walking down the street.
If you or your kids have watched television in the last 30...
I don't know, maybe we should continue on with this cartoon. And then this particular opinion piece, which I haven't read all the way through, but I think we're going to listen to it anyway because it'll cut through some of the fake news that has been flowing around this particular natural disaster.
A fact about the floods the government doesn't seem eager to discuss. This article is by Zeynep Tufekci and read by an automated voice. When a reporter demanded to know why the summer camps along the Guadalupe River weren't evacuated before its waters reached their deadly peak on July 4th, Rob Kelly, the highest-ranking local official, had a simple answer. No one knew this kind of flood was coming. Why not? Kerr County, Texas had lots of history to go on. As Judge Kelly went on to explain, we have floods all the time. This is the most dangerous river valley in the United States. The National Weather Service had even brought in extra staff that night. Most important, the service had issued 3 increasingly dire warnings early that morning, at 1:14 a.m., 4:03 a.m., and 6:06 a.m. What Kelly didn't mention, but which has since become well known, is that the Weather Service employee whose job it was to make sure those warnings got traction, Paul Ura, the long-serving meteorologist in charge of warning coordination, had recently taken an unplanned early retirement amid cuts pushed by the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. He was not replaced. To a Washington bean counter, his loss might have looked like one tiny but welcome subtraction in a giant spreadsheet, but not in a region so prone to these perilous events that it's known as Flash Flood Alley. Hundreds of kids at summer camps slept in cabins along the river. The plan was for folks at the upstream summer camps to send word to the downstream camps if floodwaters got scary. But if even the highest official in the county wasn't on high alert, how were the camp counselors supposed to understand the danger, or, in an area without reliable cell phone coverage, to act on it? Few would dispute that the federal bureaucracy was, and still is, in need of reform. But instead of a targeted, smart, and strategic intervention, DOGE brought a chainsaw to vital government services, pushing large, indiscriminate cuts with little consideration for the expertise that longtime employees offered, or the importance of the functions they performed. It's not hard to understand why many experienced civil servants like Ura, especially those with private sector options, would leave under these conditions. In fact, it's remarkable any of them stayed. And of course, what happened at the National Weather Service happened across a wide array of federal agencies. Not all of the damage will be this obvious, at least not at first. Much of it will be a matter of death by 1,000 cuts, systems and structures that weaken and are not repaired, important but less visible jobs going undone, services that we all took for granted slowing down and even sputtering to a halt. Disaster preparedness is among the trickiest public services. Natural disasters happen regularly and everywhere, but they don't happen predictably, which means being ready for them requires extra precautions. It requires a lot of people on duty even when nothing is going wrong, to ensure they will be able to act when something inevitably does. It requires expensive infrastructure that does fairly little during normal times. That makes it a very good indicator of state capacity and wisdom. Will leaders have the foresight to prepare for outcomes that may not be top of voters' minds? Or will preparedness fall victim to the political theater of cutting anything that can be portrayed as extravagant or redundant? Redundancy isn't always the same as waste. That's a lesson that Sahil Lavingia, a young digital creator, learned during his work with Doge. He expected that as the government cleared out deadwood employees, he'd write the software to do their jobs more efficiently. To his surprise, Lavingia found himself surrounded by people who loved their jobs and were motivated by a sense of mission. I think we have a bias as people coming from the tech industry where we worked at companies, such as Google, Facebook. These companies that have plenty of money are funded by investors and have lots of people kind of sitting around doing nothing, he told National Public Radio. And so I think, generally, I personally was pretty surprised, actually, at how efficient the government was. After speaking with a reporter, he was promptly fired. Another government employee heading back to the private sector, I guess. In a situation as extreme as the Kerr County flood, where the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in 45 minutes, we can't know for sure that things would have gone differently if Paul Ura had still been on the job. But we do know that after the National Weather Service started sending out warnings, 5 hours passed before the city of Kerrville's police department issued one, in a post on its Facebook page. That was 5:16 a.m., the Kerr County Sheriff's Office posted at 5:32, again on Facebook. As late as 6:22, Kerrville City Hall was posting, also on Facebook, that much-needed rain had swept through the region and might affect today's scheduled July 4th events. It was only at 7:32 the city posted, "If you live along the Guadalupe River, please move to higher ground immediately." By that point, according to survivor accounts, many evacuation routes had been impassable for hours. In the aftermath of the disaster, the Trump administration and local officials in Texas alternated between blaming the Weather Service and defending it. Abigail Jackson, a White House spokesperson, credited the service with issuing early warnings, but Trump went with, "Nobody expected it. Nobody saw it. Very talented people in there, and they didn't see it." The head of the Texas Division of Emergency Management blamed the NWS, saying its forecasts did not predict the amount of rain that we saw. The Department of Homeland Security, meanwhile, posted a detailed timeline of the agency's actions, stating, "The National Weather Service provided over 12 hours of advance notice via the flood watch and over 3 hours of lead time for flash flood warnings, with escalated alerts as the storm intensified." The problem is that complex systems are only as strong as their weakest point. The NWS was still managing to put out good forecasts. But forecasts don't move people. Credible, timely warnings that they hear and believe do. Resilience in critical infrastructure necessarily requires planning, as well as painfully, slowly acquired knowledge, all of which can easily be made to look like waste and extravagance during regular times. Multiple investigations show that for years, Kerr County officials hemmed and hawed about the need to create a better warning system employing radar, gauges, and sirens, as well as cell phone networks. They estimated it would cost about $1 million and applied for funds from multiple.
Well, you know what? There's not that much of this article left, but this gets into some details that we heard yesterday. Basically, the bare bones budgeting. You make a decision, and I don't necessarily have a problem with the decision that the local officials made. They talked about sirens and early warning systems, and basically the county government in Kerr County decided, hey, it's too expensive. So those that might change now. They may have a change of heart, but the bigger point I want to make, and I think everybody, it's probably beating a dead horse to say this, but this Silicon Valley style break it and then go back and fix what's needed is a perfect example of me warning that governments should not be run like businesses. When you are governing people and in a government that is of the people, by the people, for the people, there really is no bottom line. And you do what it needs. You spend what needs to be spent. You do what needs to be done to protect human lives, unless you decide that people are expendable. And I believe that MAGA will be able to sweep this under the rug. But this is not, in my opinion, this is going to wind up, these little incidents, these natural disasters, these holes that Doge created are going to come back to haunt people. And, it's a real shame, but people voted, especially Texas, they voted for, they're getting what they voted for. I'll put it that way. And who knows, it's a counterfactual whether that guy who retired would have been able to prevent some of this or not. Who knows? But it is grist for the political mill. So one more story, which is kind of talked about by our favorite matronly elderly lady.
Agree with each other or not. Well, this black woman
This is a
has
good
managed
story.
to make herself the face of the tragedy that happened in Texas with that summer girls camp, that Mystic summer camp. Her name is Sadie Perkins. She's now a former member of the Houston Food Insecurity Board, which means she was kicked off for saying what she was thinking out loud and is facing backlash due to her recent comments about Camp Mystic in Hot, Texas. She uploaded a video on TikTok after the Christian summer camp was hit with flash floods, leading to the death of 5 young girls, while many were reported missing. In her viral clip, she is heard criticizing Mystic Camp for being a white-only organization. She said, I know I'm probably going to get canceled for this, but Camp Mystic is a whites only girls Christian camp. They don't even have a token Asian. They don't have a token black person. It's an all white, white only conservative Christian camp. If you ain't white, you ain't right, you ain't getting in, you ain't going, period. So her biggest concern about this camp was that it was a whites only camp. I have heard that it was an affluent, so rich white girls go to that camp. It's possible that no black girls wanted to go because there was another camp not far from this camp that black, I don't know if it was black only, but black kids were attending that camp, and none of those kids were killed. They got the word and got out in time. I saw this on Sister Deborah's channel. I don't know the name of it, but it was 30 miles away from this Camp Mystic, and they got the word and they were able to get all of their children out of that camp. I only saw black children getting off the bus, but there may have been other races there too. But this woman, Sadie Perkins, is involved. I think her husband or her boyfriend is white, so maybe she just believes in integration across the board. But she is criticizing this camp because it's a whites only camp. And personally, I don't see anything wrong with that. If black people want to have a Christian camp, they should go to a black Christian camp like this other camp, because sometimes our views on Christianity clash with white people's views. So if you're going to a white Christian camp and you're a black person, you may not even agree with some of the things they agree with. Right? Am I right about it? And I just don't agree with the idea that every time white people have something, black people have to be involved in it or they're racist. Well, maybe they are racist, but I don't think that everybody got to be a part of everything that everybody else does. You know, we live in communities, we live in ethnic groups. Sometimes you want to come together with other groups, and sometimes you might just want to be with your own group. And everybody think, well, every time I do something, I got to invite a white person. Every time I do something, I got to invite black people. That takes away people's freedom of choice, especially in social events. So for her to expound on this, based on the fact that it was an all-white girls camp, I think it's unfair. I think that's unfair to that group. And I think it's unfair for black people to always try to make it seem like black people need to be involved in everything that white people do. We really don't. And again, the niece of the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs was at that camp. I don't know if she lost her life or not, but she was there. Camp Mystic cost $4,375 for 4 weeks. Camp Bandina, that was the camp that the black kids went to, cost on average about $800. So that's a big difference in price. So we all deserve a break, and we all need to be able to breathe within our price range. She has been roundly criticized by black people for her comments.
There was a flash flood in Texas, and a whole cabin of girls alongside 2 camp counselors got washed away. And there were 16 bodies recovered last I heard, and 11 still not found. That is beyond heartbreaking, and the only response that people need to have is to find these girls and to have empathy. But yet, we have people like Sade's_world8, Sade Perkins, who comes on TikTok, a black woman, and says that these girls are receiving attention because they are white. No, because see, what we're not going to do is that. We're not going to take every opportunity in life and turn it and make it race obsessed. Sade's World. No, you even called it. You said, I may get canceled for this. Very likely, as a black person myself, not one time did my brain go to, these girls are white. No, my brain went to, these are poor, innocent girls that need to be found. The ones that lost their lives, that is terrible. Period. But yet, we have people like Sade in this world that are coming on a platform saying horrendous things like maybe this was God's will. First off, make it very clear. She and her husband attend First Unitarian Church. That is not a Christian church. That's a religious cult. They do not believe that Jesus is their Lord and personal Savior. Make that very clear. So, Sade's World, take Christian TikTok out of your hashtag. No. There are evil people in this world, and it is very evident.
Okay, there's a young lady from Houston, Texas, and I live in Texas myself. And her page is Sadie's underscore world 8. And she says something that's very horrible and terrible in regards to what happened at the Mystic camp. First of all, she had no empathy nor sympathy for these babies who lost their lives, and she said some heinous things about them last, as she doesn't care. Now,
Heinous.
I feel like as a woman, a grown woman, she should know better than to post something so heinous. And she even posted a comment saying that maybe it was God's will. The devil is a liar.
And naturally, she got pushback from white people.
This pastor's wife just said that it was God's
Naturally.
will to wash white kids away in a flood. Yeah, the natural disaster that's happening in Texas right now. Former Houston appointee Sadie Perkins is facing massive backlash after she posted a video claiming the Texas summer camp devastated by flooding was a whites-only camp. Then she doubled down by saying, maybe it was God's will to wash away them little... Let that sink in. She served on Houston's Food Insecurity Board, appointed by former Democrat Mayor Sylvester Turner. But after her vile comments on TikTok in the last 24 hours, the current mayor, John Whitmire, released a public statement making it clear that she will not be reappointed and she is being permanently removed. And get this, her husband is a pastor. This is the energy that you're bringing while children are missing and families are grieving, literally in the middle of a natural disaster. Now, there is a difference between free speech and hateful rhetoric. Mocking unalived children is not speaking the truth, regardless of their race. It is cruel. It is disgusting. And now, thankfully, it has shown you that there are consequences.
Well, there are always consequences.
Yeah, that's kind of a dumb point, and I can't help but sense the smugness in tattooed Karen's comments. Bottom line is this is, I don't even know that it's just a horrible thing to say. The internet is going to be the death of people like this lady. I can't imagine. I can't imagine, being her child. And I don't really get the reason she even needed to comment on this at all. And I don't know. We'll listen to a little bit more of this. This video, she does kind of wander. Lady Boulay does.
Is when Black people speak out about something like this and it's not favorable to what they want to hear. But her comments were insensitive. They were insensitive. She spoke her truth, but her truth was insensitive at this time because people have lost their children. And apparently she's lost a boyfriend because I just read somewhere that the boyfriend dumped her after she made these comments and got fired.
her white boyfriend dumped her after this kind of racist rhetoric. No kidding. Well, that's not that much of a surprise, but I think that people do not think before they speak. I think people think that sometimes people don't read the room very well. And this lady was supposedly, a part of some charitable board or something like that. I don't quite get where she was coming from with this, but let me go ahead and ask everybody to hit the like button. Please, if you are new to the channels, please subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. That's my personal channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. I do the occasional clip or video essay on various topics. I think we all know what the John Gall Urban Landlord channel is all about. Mostly anti-black stuff, but I'm kind of joking, but I'm kind of not. Urban Landlord clips are where a lot of our shows get clipped, the interesting parts. And just a little bit, because some of you may be new to this particular show, it's Stanley versus the World. I pretty much do like news, politics, culture. And I try and put a more positive spin on this American Black life. It's not all crack hose stealing from Walmart, or Black manosphere, trashing women, or the opposite. Try and bring some balance to the force here. So I'm sure there will be something that will piss one of you off at some point, but you know what? It's kind of what I do. So the link is pinned at least in one of the chats. If anybody wants to come up at some point, that's fine. Oh, there's Mela. Uh-oh, this ought to get good. What's up, Mela?
What's up?
Oh, nothing much. Just kind of explaining the channel, because we got some new folks over from Nightish's channel, and just wanted to let them know that there's not going to be a whole lot of the usual fare in this particular sector of the YouTube streets. A lot of it is just straight news and commentary. So how are you doing?
All is well. I mean, I'm really pleased with my progress and some of the things that I'm doing. So how about you?
Good. Oh, just trucking along. Just about to get into some Trump news here, which is always a pleasure. This is a botched deal to swap Venezuelans held in El Salvador for Americans. So I've heard of this story. Apparently Marco Rubio was working on something, and then a U.S. envoy to Venezuela working on different deals that ended up at cross purposes, which for the Trump administration doesn't surprise me. They are an interesting bunch. Can't quite call them a clown car yet, but give it time.
U.S. botched a deal to swap Venezuelans held in El Salvador for Americans. This article is by Francis Robles, Julie Turkowitz, and Zolan Keno-Youngs, and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration's top diplomat, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, was overseeing a deal to free several Americans and dozens of political prisoners held in Venezuela in exchange for sending home about 250 Venezuelan migrants the United States had deported to El Salvador. But the deal never happened. Part of the reason, President Trump's envoy to Venezuela was working on his own deal, one with terms that Venezuela deemed more attractive. In exchange for American prisoners, he was offering to allow Chevron to continue its oil operations in Venezuela, a vital source of revenue for its authoritarian government. The discussions, which included the release of about 80 Venezuelan political prisoners, and the two different deals were described by two U.S. officials and two other people who are familiar with the talks and sought anonymity because of the sensitive nature of the issue. The State Department never sealed the deal. The top U.S. officials did not appear to be communicating with each other and ended up at cross purposes. The approximately 250 people expelled from the United States are still being held in a maximum security prison in El Salvador. And it became clear that while Mr. Trump's White House once said that it had no control over the detainees in El Salvador, it was willing to use them as bargaining chips. Both U.S. tracks, one managed by Mr. Rubio and the other led by the envoy, Richard Grenell, involved speaking with the same Venezuelan representative, Jorge Rodriguez, the president of Venezuela's National Assembly, one U.S. official and the two other people said. The conflicting diplomatic efforts signaled a months-long divide over how to approach Venezuela and resembled the chaos that permeated Mr. Trump's first term. when competing officials vied for influence with the president. But the lack of coordination left Venezuelan officials unclear about who spoke for Mr. Trump, and ultimately left both American and Venezuelan detainees imprisoned. The offer to swap Venezuelan migrants in El Salvador for prisoners remains on the table, one of the U.S. officials said. The White House is not willing, for now, to extend Chevron's license in Venezuela. Mr. Grinnell declined an interview request, but in an email used a profanity to denounce the Times' account of the separate deals as false. A person close to Mr. Grinnell who is familiar with the talks with Venezuela said Mr. Grinnell did not believe that a swap involving the Venezuelan migrants was going to happen because he believed that Mr. Trump would never have authorized the release of accused gang members. The person spoke on the condition of anonymity to protect the sensitive nature of the ongoing negotiations. Mr. Trump's aides said that there was no tension between any of the diplomats. There's no fraction or division, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said in a statement. The president has one team, and everyone knows he is the ultimate decision maker. The United States is paying the Salvadoran government millions of dollars to detain migrants, who the Trump administration claims are all members of a Venezuelan gang Trendy Aragua, and who it said had come to the United States to commit crimes. But the Trump administration has provided little proof that the men are gang members, and their lawyers argue that their detentions are illegal and took place without due process. The negotiations over the swap, which were led by the State Department and John McNamara, the chargé d'affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Bogotá, Colombia, who also oversees Venezuelan affairs, had advanced to the point where in May, Venezuela was set to send a state plane to El Salvador to retrieve the men, one of the two people said. At the same time, the United States planned to send a plane normally used for deportations to Caracas, the Venezuelan capital, to pick up the political prisoners and the Americans. Mr. McNamara planned to fly to Caracas to oversee the handover. The Venezuelan political prisoners, many of whom were arrested while protesting fraudulent elections held last year, would have been given the choice of staying in Venezuela or going to live in El Salvador, according to one of the people close to the talks. The swap would have included a range of people who protested the 2024 election results in Venezuela, including a man jailed for criticizing President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela on TikTok and a former mayor arrested in August. The deal would have freed 11 U.S. citizens and legal permanent residents, including Lucas Hunter, who was arrested in January, and Jonathan Pagan Gonzalez, who was arrested last year. El Salvador's president, Nayib Bukele, first hinted at such a deal in late April. He suggested on social media that a, quote, humanitarian agreement would exchange all the Venezuelan migrants for Americans in Venezuelan custody and some Venezuelans. At the time, Venezuelan officials publicly dismissed the proposal and demanded that their, quote, kidnapped countrymen be returned. While Mr. Rubio and Mr. McNamara focused on the prisoner swap, Mr. Grinnell worked on a deal of his own. Before pitching it to the Venezuelans, Mr. Grinnell called the president to tell him about the offer and believed he had the president's support. But Mr. Grinnell had not actually received the president's final approval. According to one of the U.S. officials, the White House had already heard from a group of Florida Republicans, Cuban Americans, who threatened not to support Mr. Trump's tax and domestic policy bill if the administration eased oil sanctions against Venezuela. Mr. Trump's aides believed that allowing Chevron to export oil from Venezuela would jeopardize Mr. Trump's domestic policy agenda. Now that the bill has passed, it is unclear if administration officials will change their minds on the Chevron license. The exchange arranged by the State Department was set to take place in late May. That same month, Mr. Grinnell went to Venezuela on a separate mission in which he won the release of Joseph St. Clair, an Air Force veteran held in Venezuela. Senior Trump administration officials still view Mr. Grinnell as a valuable player in the administration, even though some say they believe that he moved too fast and without the necessary buy-in in the episode. Mr. Grinnell, the person close to him said, was surprised to learn about the swap and is the only authorized negotiator on any deals with Venezuela. But since the episode, Mr. Rubio has taken the lead in talking to the Venezuelans, one of the U.S. officials said. The Venezuelan and Salvadoran governments did not provide comment for this article. The relatives of some Americans detained in Venezuela expressed frustration over the failure of the efforts to win their freedom. The sense that we parents had was that you had various people talking, but they weren't working together. One negotiator would say one thing and another would say something else, said Petra Castañeda, whose son, Wilbert Castañeda, 37, a Navy SEAL, was arrested last year in Venezuela. You would think they would be duly coordinated. In Mr. Trump's first term, American officials tried to oust Mr. Maduro through sanctions, diplomatic isolation, and the support of an alternative president, a young legislator. Mr. Rubio and other Cuban-American Republicans continue to support sanctions and an isolationist approach. But in the second term, Mr. Grenell has expressed a willingness to work with the Venezuelan government. He made his first trip to Caracas in January and got several Americans released. The Maduro government has spent the past year or so rounding up foreigners in its territory and imprisoning them to use in negotiations with foreign governments, according to security analysts and human rights groups. The Venezuelan watchdog group Foro Penal says there are now 85 people with foreign citizenship wrongfully detained in Venezuela, the largest number the group has ever counted. While Mr. Grenell was able to secure the release of 6 Americans in January, and then Mr. St. Clair in May, many more U.S. citizens and permanent residents remained in Venezuelan custody or were recently captured. The State Department deal that had been in the works with Venezuela included stern warnings that suggested severe consequences if more prisoners were taken after the swap, one of the people said. Jetsi Arteaga, whose son, Carlos Cañizales Arteaga, has been held in El Salvador since March after migrating to North Carolina, said she was eager to see the deal revived. At first, when we heard that our sons were being used as bargaining chips, this offended us a lot, Ms. Arteaga said. Our sons are not bargaining chips, but now we realize there is no other option. Annie Corial contributed, reporting.
Well, there are a lot of moving parts here between deportations to El Salvador and trying to get Americans back from Venezuela. Any comments there, Mela?
It fascinates me that we forget the nature of how Trump operates. I do believe he's using them as bargaining chips.
Well, no, Maduro is.
Pardon?
Maduro is. He's got a bunch of Americans detained in Venezuela.
He's got Americans detained, and then there are Venezuelans that want.
Well, the Venezuelans are down in El Salvador.
Pardon me?
The Venezuelans are prisoners in that terrorist detention center.
Yeah, I
in
wasn't
El
finished
Salvador.
talking, but that be the
you
case.
know what? You know how this panel works.
That being the case, in terms of a bargaining chip, when you accuse people of committing crimes and there's no evidence, there's something strange. There's no evidence that these people have committed crimes in the U.S. So I'm trying to figure out where Trump gets this from, accusing them of having the intention to commit crimes. Like, where is he getting that from? Because no one's produced evidence of it. That's what's disturbing. I realize they're in El Salvador. There are Venezuelans that are in prison, in maximum security prisons in El Salvador. In El Salvador. I realize that. What the thought that first comes to mind, because as you've mentioned, there are a lot of moving parts. What thought comes first to mind is Trump accused these people to have the intention of committing crimes, and there's no evidence of it.
Gotcha.
Like, you could just make up some shit and just send somebody to a maximum security prison. That's crazy.
It's a slippery slope. So next in Trump news, Trump makes, I remember over the weekend, Trump, the administration halted munitions shipments to Ukraine, saying that, the stockpiles of some of these munitions were low. Well, apparently Trump has done a quote U-turn on weapons, and I think a lot of it has to do with now he's getting pissed off again with Vladimir Putin. So let's hear this story. Looks like we're on again with Ukraine as far as sending them weapons aid.
Trump's U-turn on weapons leaves Ukrainians hopeful but cautious. This article is by Andrew E. Kramer and read by an automated voice. Ukrainians on Tuesday welcomed President Trump's announcement that he would send additional weapons to fend off Russian attacks, even if it was the latest in a series of flip-flops on his approach to the war. Lawmakers and analysts in Kyiv, Ukraine's capital, said they were not expecting a full turnaround on military assistance, given Mr. Trump's skepticism of U.S. spending on Ukraine and his fickleness on continuing military aid already funded by Congress. When Mr. Trump's administration last week decided to pause some already approved arms transfers to Ukraine, officials said that the reason was to review weapons levels in American stockpiles. But on Monday, Mr. Trump said that Moscow's recent attacks on Ukrainian cities had left him no choice but to send more weapons. "We have to," Mr. Trump said. "They have to be able to defend themselves." He added that he had become unhappy with President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia, who has been foot-dragging in ceasefire talks that began in February. On Tuesday, during a televised cabinet meeting in Washington, Mr. Trump again suggested Mr. Putin was not bargaining in good faith. "We get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, if you want to know the truth," Mr. Trump said. "He's very nice to us all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless." Irina Gerashchenko, a member of the Ukrainian parliament for the opposition European Solidarity Party, wrote on social media that the announcement on Monday was a signal of political change. "The increasing intensity of Russian attacks and growing pressure from allies in Europe, particularly Germany and France, are forcing the White House to change," she added. A former Ukrainian Prime Minister, Arseniy Yatsenyuk, posted, "Thank you, Mr. President." Others aired skepticism that arms supplies would continue, given Mr. Trump's earlier zigzags on weapons shipments and his wobbly backing for sanctions on Russia. Under the Trump administration, Ukraine can no longer count on U.S.-donated weapons as American policy focuses on the Middle East and Pacific region, said Maxim Skripchenko, president of the Transatlantic Dialogue Center, a research group in Kyiv. "It's not the ideal strategy we would like to see," Mr. Skripchenko said, "but we need to adapt to it, and we should find a place for Ukraine in that strategy." Mr. Trump's about-face came after a grim week for Ukrainians that included Russia's launching its largest aerial bombardment of the war, as well as the pause in weapons shipments. The pause was the second this year by the Trump administration, after a brief suspension of military and intelligence cooperation in March. That came after Mr. Trump publicly upbraided Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, in an Oval Office meeting. The Trump
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there. I think we're just basically going to see Trump, vacillate. I don't know what is up with that. He's doing the same thing with a lot of these tariff negotiations. We talked yesterday about letters that got sent to I think it was South Korea and Japan. Basically, trying to get them to hurry up with whatever negotiations they're doing. He bumped up tariffs to 25% on both countries. So he is definitely, a lot of turbulence with this administration. So we're going to switch gears here and come back to some immigration stuff here. That federal judge, I'm sorry, she wasn't a federal judge. I think she was a municipal judge from Milwaukee that has been arrested, and I don't know if she's out on bail or what, but a judge, local judge in Milwaukee, basically is charged with obstructing ICE in in their duties, and a federal judge recommends that the case against Milwaukee judge who allegedly helped undocumented man evade arrest to continue. Let's show this video. It's probably easier than reading it. Well, I was hoping there was volume. Damn damn it, I have to read this too. I'm just going to go ahead and read it then. A federal magistrate judge in Wisconsin has recommended that the case against a Milwaukee judge accused of helping an undocumented man evade arrest by immigration authorities not be dismissed. So they're going to continue this case. This is going to be interesting. Judge Hannah Dugan, 65, I bet she wished she had retired at 62, was arrested in April and charged in a 2-count federal indictment alleging she knowingly concealed a person sought for arrest by immigration authorities and for obstruction of official Department of Homeland Security removal proceedings. Lawyers for Dugan, in part citing the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in President Donald Trump's immunity case, have argued she has judicial immunity for official acts and that her prosecution is unconstitutional. And that's not gonna fly. Trump is the Constitution. Late Monday, in a non-binding decision, U.S. Magistrate Judge Nancy Joseph issued a 37-page report and recommendation, reaching the conclusion that there is no shield from prosecution in this case. The recommendation will be presented to U.S. District Judge Lynn Edelman, who will make the final decision on the motion. It is well established and undisputed that judges have absolute immunity from civil lawsuits for monetary damages when engaging in judicial acts, the magistrate judge wrote in her decision. This, however, is not a civil case, and review of the case law does not show an extension of this established doctrine to the criminal context. Accordingly, I recommend that Dugan's motion to dismiss the indictment on judicial immunity grounds to be denied. So this saga is going to continue, and I personally am interested in how they treat a judge. You know, judges, tend to be a little bit held in high regard, and it's going to be interesting to see how the judiciary treats this local judge, because it sounds like the Trump administration just wants to throw the book or make an example of her. So we shall see. Let's see. You're back, Mella.
Yeah. He's being vindictive all over the place, isn't it?
Yep. So speaking of vindictive, Supreme Court allows Trump to launch mass layoff and restructuring plans. And I wish Juan were here. I guess maybe I should write down this question for him. This restructuring plan and all still needs to go through the courts, but they basically removed an injunction. So until this goes to court, Trump's just basically going to be able to proceed, which seems to me doesn't seem right. It seems like if something's being adjudicated, everything should just be put on hold until it is adjudicated. But this kind of goes back to that first story where people being people being retired early, just saying, hey, look, this isn't worth the stress and going on to civilian jobs. Probably part of the plan. But let's listen to this, because I'm not sure I exactly understand why the Supreme Court did this.
You're listening to Supreme Court allows Trump to launch mass layoff and restructuring plans, a news story written by Ann Marimo and read by an AI-generated voice. The Supreme Court on Tuesday cleared the way for the Trump administration to launch plans for mass firings and reorganizations at 19 federal agencies and departments while litigation continues. The justices lifted a lower court order that temporarily blocked plans to lay off thousands of federal workers, including at the State Department and the Social Security Administration, because the administration did not first consult with Congress. In response to other emergency requests from the Trump administration, the Supreme Court has repeatedly sided with President Donald Trump's efforts to upend the federal bureaucracy. The court's conservative majority has permitted the administration to fire independent regulators and thousands of probationary workers, while legal challenges play out in the lower courts. But in this case, two of the liberal justices, Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor, appeared to
May I
have
ask
joined
a
the
question?
conservatives in allowing the administration to plan
Hold on
reorganizations
one
and
sec.
reductions in the workforce. Sotomayor said it was because
Yes, ma'am.
The probationary workers criteria is something I'm not familiar with. When it comes to a federal worker on probation, is this like the 90-day introduction that
Right.
they're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And,
people that have
quite
been
frankly,
employed
those
90
probationary,
days or less, they're considered probationary workers.
whatever the time limit is, I don't know if it's 90 days, but bottom line is, the probationary workers, they really have no defense. They can be let go in that probationary period for any reason,
For
really.
any reason, yeah. I was trying to
They're
recall.
not coming. They're not coming back.
Yeah, I was trying to recall. I've been a state employee, not a I've been a state employee, and I think it was 90 days before my position was solidified. So I
Right.
just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
the administration had directed agencies to operate consistent with applicable law. The plans themselves are not before this court at this stage, and we thus have no occasion to consider whether they can and will be carried out consistent with the constraints of law, wrote Sotomayor, who contended that the lower court judge is still free to assess the legality of the administration's plans. In their brief, unsigned order, the majority said that we express no view on the legality of any agency plans for restructuring or shrinking of the workforce, and left open the possibility that the issue could return to the Supreme Court. Only Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who has distinguished herself this term with a series of biting dissents, noted her sharp disagreement. She warned of serious harm that could come from allowing the administration to dramatically remake the federal government before determining whether its actions are legal. For some reason, this court sees fit to step in now and release the president's wrecking ball at the outset of this litigation, Jackson wrote in her 15-page dissent. In my view, this decision is not only truly unfortunate but also hubristic and senseless. The full impact of the Supreme Court's order was not immediately clear. In January, Elon Musk and his U.S. Doge service moved to aggressively shrink staff and spending across the government. But Musk has left Washington, and there are some signs of retreat from that effort. The Department of Veterans Affairs said Monday that it was on pace to reduce its total staff by nearly 30,000 employees through retirements, attrition, and deferred resignations, and that it will no longer be forced to conduct a much larger workforce reduction. A spokesperson for the New York Attorney General's office said the decision would not affect a preliminary injunction in a separate lawsuit that paused mass terminations and restructuring at some sub-agencies within the Department of Health and Human Services, including the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, a center within the Food and Drug Administration, and Head Start. The State Department, however, said it would move ahead with its plans to cut 15% of staff. Secretary of State Marco Rubio had planned to pursue mass dismissals on July 1st, but backed off to await the court's decision. Agency employees reacted to the Supreme Court's order with grief, despair, and anger, according to interviews with a half-dozen staffers and chat records obtained by the Washington Post. In private group messages, they wrote of their fears for U.S. national security and about how they would provide for their families. Some recalled their decades of service, often in dangerous postings. Others simply wrote that they felt sick. In February, Trump ordered federal agencies to plan for and carry out mass layoffs and reorganizations as part of his effort to shrink the federal workforce and to eliminate what he called waste, bloat, and insularity. The nation's largest union of federal workers, the American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, joined by 11 nonprofit organizations and 6 local governments in California, Texas, and Illinois, among other places, filed suit.
I'm going to stop this right quick because there's a paragraph here I want to read just for context. The article says 9 presidents in both parties over the past 100 years have sought and obtained authority from Congress to reorganize the executive branch. U.S. District Judge Susan Ilston wrote in her ruling, she noted that presidents George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Trump in his first term asked Congress for agency reorganization authority, but did not receive it. Part of my confusion is that the Republicans control all three branches of government, and the legislative branch in particular. And it is beyond my understanding. If Trump has this Congress in his pocket, why can't he just go to Congress and do it like the accepted way? Doing it by executive order, to be honest, works against MAGA's long-term plans, I would think, because all this stuff can be reversed. However, the way he's breaking it, it would be hard to re-implement, but I would imagine not impossible. So it seems like what Trump is trying to do is get a lot done really quick, and I can't figure it out. Usually, leaders like to think things through. Apparently, this is they're in a hurry to break things. So people are going to get what they vote for once again. And we'll stay with the Supreme Court here. This is more or less an analysis, kind of saying what that last article said. Supreme Court's expansive view of presidential power is solidly pro-Trump. What it really is solid. Well, it's pro-Trump, but it's also solidly unitary executive. And to be honest, people like John Roberts, Chief Justice John Roberts, they've been wanting this for years. They've been wanting to dismantle the administrative state, and essentially what they did through the Biden administration is to transfer a lot of the regulatory final say to the judiciary. And what they're trying to do now is transfer it back from the judiciary to the executive. Where it truly belongs is in the legislative branch. And Congress has not done its job. It delegated a lot of authority to the executive branch, specifically the administrative state. Who knows? Probably since FDR. And in theory, they should be taking some of this authority back. But I guess they've decided that, hey, as long as we have a strong Republican president, the executive is a faster process than the legislative branch. However, a lot of this stuff is really just kind of, dancing on the Constitution. And I think long term, it's going to wind up backfiring. Having a unitary executive will boomerang, because unless something happens between now and 2028, there is no guarantee that 2028 will belong to MAGA. So and then I don't know that I'm going to get around, and if I don't today, I will concentrate on it tomorrow. Trump's approval ratings are not that good. And there was an article I looked at in the Washington Examiner, which is, a conservative newspaper. Their term for it is his polls are mixed. Mixed means, his everything from immigration policy to, what he's doing with the administrative state. It's not as popular as he would have you believe. So that is that. And once again, a lot of these articles and stuff I actually put in the show notes. So if anybody ever wants to follow up on any of these things, or, do your personal research, or, whatever, if the links aren't in the show notes, I'm perfectly willing to drop them. And so you can do your own due diligence. Don't just depend on me. So let us move on to more Trump-related news. Tulsi Gabbard, who I haven't heard from in a week or two since she pissed Trump off, Gabbard's team has sought spy agency data to enforce Trump's agenda. And it says here the Directors Initiative Group has expressed an interest in gaining access to emails and chat logs of the largest U.S. intelligence agencies to root out, quote, weaponization, according to multiple people familiar with the effort. This sounds ominous. It sounds like they're looking for scapegoats.
You're listening to Gabbard's team has sought spy agency data to enforce Trump's agenda. A news story written by Ellen Nakashima, Warren Strobel, and Aaron Schaefer, and read by an AI-generated voice. A special team created by Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has expressed a desire to gain access to emails and chat logs of the largest U.S. spy agencies with the aim of using artificial intelligence tools to ferret out what the administration deems as efforts to undermine its agenda, according to several people familiar with the matter. The mission of the Directors Initiative Group, or DIG, is to enforce President Donald Trump's executive orders to end weaponization of the federal government, declassify documents, and halt diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, according to Gabbard's office. So far, none of the U.S. spy agencies approached has transferred the data, several people said. The unprecedented interest in data by officials at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence startled some senior agency officials, who have expressed concerns about the counterintelligence and privacy risks of aggregating what could be a large amount of sensitive information that may include references to intercepts of electronic communications on overseas targets, said several U.S. officials and others familiar with aspects of the effort. Like most people interviewed for this article, they spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the matter's sensitivity. They wanted access to everybody's systems, one of the people said, adding that the idea seemed naive. Some senior intelligence officials are also privately concerned that the effort could be used to pursue perceived disloyalty to the Trump administration, including to identify individuals who implemented the policies of the previous administration. Gabbard's press secretary, Olivia Coleman, disputed the Washington Post's reporting. The truth is, under the leadership of President Trump, DNI Gabbard and her team at ODNI are daring to do what no other has done before: expose the truth and end the politicization and weaponization of intelligence against Americans. Officials at the agencies have asked the DIG officials to provide reasons it would need the data, according to several people familiar with the effort. Asked what types of data the DIG was interested in, Coleman said, ODNI coordinates with agencies across the intelligence community to organize information that is responsive and meets requirements of all presidential executive orders and memorandums. It has obtained the unclassified email archive of the Intelligence Advanced Research Project's activity, IARPA, a technology development arm of the intelligence community. The DIG team intends to do a test run of AI tools on that data, according to one person. Gabbard has directed a review of IARPA in line with the president's goal of reducing waste and cutting costs, Coleman said. The data access effort, which has not previously been disclosed, has fueled anxiety among some career intelligence professionals that Gabbard may be allowing politics to taint what is meant to be the apolitical job of gathering and analyzing intelligence for national security policymakers and the president. Representative Jim Himes, Connecticut, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, said he has limited visibility into the DIG's activities. But what I have seen gives me real cause for concern, he said. In their zeal to root out politicization, which often seems to be shorthand for anything less than unconditional support for the president, there is a danger of creating an echo chamber within the intelligence community or creating counterintelligence risks. The committee chairman, Representative Rick Crawford, Republican Arkansas, has praised Gabbard for her efforts to create accountability in the intelligence community. In a statement in May, he said that correcting the direction of a large ship will never be easy. It's bound to be laden with obstructions and those looking to undermine change. Gabbard has done the right thing, Crawford said, in seeking to root out politicization in intelligence work. Gabbard, long a skeptic of the U.S. intelligence community, has repeatedly pledged to end what she and Trump deem the use of powerful U.S. spy agencies for political purposes. But in her 5 months as intelligence czar overseeing 18 intelligence agencies, she has fired or reassigned top intelligence analysts, mischaracterized declassified intelligence reports to make political points, and called for leak probes of news stories that ran counter to Trump's agenda. The precise size and staffing of the dig, whose creation Gabbard announced in April, is not publicly known. Its ranks include personnel detailed from other agencies and special government employees, outsiders temporarily brought into the government to do specific tasks, said one of the people familiar with it. All of the team members have proper clearances, Coleman said. In announcing its creation, Gabbard's office said the dig would focus on potential declassification of intelligence documents on matters including the origins of COVID-19, mysterious medical ailments known as anomalous health incidents that include Havana syndrome, and the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane probe of ties between Russia and Trump's 2016 campaign, which Trump has dismissed as a hoax. Though some of the emails and other communications the dig has expressed an interest in may not be classified, they reside on classified systems, including the Joint Worldwide Intelligence Communication System, or JWICS, which gives verified users access to top-secret information. Analysts also communicate with one another across agencies on top-secret internal messaging systems, conferring on highly sensitive subjects such as nuclear facilities in Iran and North Korea, and Chinese intentions on Taiwan. These communications may reference raw signals intelligence, highly sensitive information gleaned from wiretaps and text messages or other electronic communications. That'd be a treasure trove of a target for any foreign intelligence service to go after, said one person familiar with the matter. Gabbard was a vocal privacy hawk as a congresswoman from Hawaii, opposing major electronic surveillance programs that she argued violated civil liberties. She also once supported a pardon for former National Security Agency contractor Edward Snowden, who leaked troves of classified data to journalists. She'd be creating a giant database that includes info on U.S. persons that she herself fought against for decades, said another person familiar with the matter. While acknowledging that aggregating such data in one place may make for a tempting target, the intelligence community's storage solutions, including in the cloud, have proved secure, said a former senior intelligence official with experience in AI and data security. In remarks at an Amazon Web Services summit last month, Gabbard noted that she created the dig as a team of special teams, focusing on innovation within the intelligence community, and using AI tools to more efficiently declassify documents in the public interest.
You know what? I wish 12th Man were here, or maybe he's lurking out there. I just don't think Tulsi Gabbard is smart enough or even experienced enough to bite off all this. If Lincoln had
how did she get that position?
If Lincoln had a team of rivals, I think Trump has a team of amateurs, and there are just all kinds of amateurish mistakes. I just don't think Tulsi Gabbard is up to the task. So, I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said, Mela.
Never mind.
Okay. So let's move on. Now, I will say that Marco Rubio is probably the exception to the rule. He's probably the only one that I think is up to his task. And, there's some people, maybe the Treasury Secretary, he seems to know what he's doing. But those two are standouts in a team of amateurs. So, this was interesting. Marco Rubio imposter is using AI voice to call high-level officials. So apparently some unknown individual contacted at least 5 government officials and 3 foreign ministers, a U.S. governor, and a member of Congress, according to the State Department cable. So let's listen to this.
You're listening to a Marco Rubio imposter is using AI voice to call high-level officials, a news story written by John Hudson and Hannah Natanson, and read by an AI-generated voice. An imposter pretending to be Secretary of State Marco Rubio contacted foreign ministers, the U.S. governor, and a member of Congress by sending them voice and text messages that mimic Rubio's voice and writing style using artificial intelligence-powered software, according to a senior U.S. official and a State Department cable obtained by the Washington Post. U.S. authorities do not know who is behind the string of impersonation attempts, but they believe the culprit was probably attempting to manipulate powerful government officials with the goal of gaining access to information or accounts, according to a cable sent by Rubio's office to State Department employees, using both text messaging and the encrypted messaging app Signal, which the Trump administration uses extensively. The imposter, contacted at least 5 non-department individuals, including 3 foreign ministers, a U.S. governor, and a U.S. member of Congress, said the cable, dated July 3rd. The impersonation campaign began in mid-June, when the imposter created a Signal account using the display name marco.rubio at state.gov to contact unsuspecting foreign and domestic diplomats and politicians, said the cable. The display name is not his real email address. The actor left voicemails on Signal for at least 2 targeted individuals, and in one instance, sent a text message inviting the individual to communicate on Signal, said the cable. It also noted that other State Department personnel were impersonated using email. When asked about the cable, the State Department responded that it would carry out a thorough investigation and continue to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening in the future. Officials declined to discuss the contents of the messages or the names of the diplomats and officials who were targeted. In addition to the effort to impersonate Rubio, several recent impersonation attempts have targeted high-profile U.S. officials. In May, someone breached the phone of White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and began placing calls and messages to senators, governors, and business executives while pretending to be Wiles, the Wall Street Journal reported. The episode spurred a White House and FBI investigation, although President Donald Trump dismissed its significance, saying Wiles is an amazing woman who can handle it. The FBI declined to comment about the Rubio imposter. Impersonating a federal officer or employee to deceive or obtain something is a crime. Hani Farid, a professor at the University of California at Berkeley, who specializes in digital forensics, said operations of this nature do not require sophisticated actors, but they are often successful because government officials can be careless about data security. This is precisely why you shouldn't use Signal or other insecure channels for official government business, he said. In March, then White House National Security Advisor Michael Waltz inadvertently added a journalist to a Signal group chat discussing highly sensitive U.S. attack plans in Yemen, an incident that contributed to Waltz's ouster and curtailed the widespread use of the app for national security group meetings. Rubio has since been appointed as Trump's national security advisor. But on an individual level, government officials in the United States and elsewhere continue to use the app for personal and professional communications, given its reliable end-to-end encryption. Once malicious actors obtain phone numbers linked to an official's Signal account, the impersonation part is easy, said Farid. You just need 15 to 20 seconds of audio of the person, which is easy in Marco Rubio's case. You upload it to any number of services, click a button that says, I have permission to use this person's voice, and then you type what you want him to say, said Farid. Leaving voicemails is particularly effective because it's not interactive. It is unclear if any of the officials responded to the impersonator. The State Department cable urged U.S. diplomats to report any impersonation attempts to the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, which is investigating the matter, and for non-State Department officials to alert the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center. In May, the FBI issued a warning that malicious actors were impersonating senior U.S. officials in an ongoing malicious text and voice messaging campaign intended to target other senior government leaders and their contacts. The campaign relied on AI-generated voice messages, according to the FBI, and was likely meant to elicit information or funds. If you receive a message claiming to be from a senior U.S. official, the FBI warned at the time, do not assume it is authentic. Other forms of impersonation have spread across the globe. In June, Ukraine's security service announced that Russian intelligence agents were impersonating the agency in an effort to recruit Ukrainian civilians for sabotage missions. The same month, the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre and the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity said scammers were utilizing artificial intelligence to impersonate senior government officials in a call and text-driven campaign to steal sensitive information or money, or to insert malware into computer networks.
Yeah, I sense a wave coming on, somewhere between the incompetence of this team of amateurs that Trump is put together, and this AI is about to become a huge problem. If it's able to impersonate high government officials, eek, I am afraid. Now, the one thing that I did find funny is one of the comments regarding this article basically says that AI might actually be an improvement. So that made me chuckle. So let's see. next. And we watched this press conference yesterday with the Secretary of Agriculture. She hosted, and a bunch of other people. Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, I think, was there, and others. U.S. to ban Chinese purchases of farmland, citing national security. Yep, this is one way to get back at China. What they ought to do is just they ought to just seize Smithfield. Damn it, what's the name of it? There's a food company, Smithfield Hams, if you've ever heard of those. It's a big company that does agribusiness, but the majority of their products that I'm aware of is mostly like meat products, pork specifically, that China bought like 10 years ago, maybe even more. And, because the Chinese like pork, and apparently, they can't get enough of it. So they bought an American pork company. So U.S. is finding ways to hit China in the belly.
You're listening to U.S. to ban Chinese purchases of farmland, citing national security, a news story written by Kate Cadell and read by an AI-generated voice. U.S. Department of Agriculture Chief Brooke Rollins announced Tuesday that the U.S. government will move to ban sales of farmland nationwide to buyers tied to China and other foreign adversaries, citing threats to national security and food security, an effort that casts uncertainty over property currently held by China-linked investors. Asked whether the U.S. government would seek to take back existing land owned by Chinese investors, Rollins said they are looking at every available option as part of a clawback effort, and that an executive order from the White House will probably follow very soon. In a joint news conference with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi L. Noem, Rollins said that the USDA will also work with state legislators to quickly push through laws that will ban further purchases, with a particular focus on parcels of land near U.S. military bases. With this announcement today, we are taking this purpose and our American farmland back. American agriculture is not just about feeding our families, but about protecting our nation and standing up to foreign adversaries who are buying our farmland, stealing our research, and creating dangerous vulnerabilities, said Rollins. While the new plan also applies to adversaries such as Russia and Iran, it is largely aimed at China. The percentage of total U.S. farmland owned by Chinese investors amounts to just 0.0003% and has declined sharply in recent years, down around 31% since 2021. China-linked investors currently own 265,000 acres of U.S. land, according to USDA data, much of which is tied to a single company, Smithfield Foods, which was acquired in 2013 by WH Group, a Chinese conglomerate led by tycoon Wan Long.
I told you.
Smithfield on Tuesday said it had already reduced its land holdings to around 85,000 acres, selling more than 40,000 acres last year, and said most of its products are made and consumed in the United States. The company passed a 2013 national security review by the Treasury Department's Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS. WH Group is not a Chinese state-owned enterprise and does not undertake any commercial activities on behalf of the Chinese government, the company said in a statement. It added that Smithfield currently contracts with more than 1,300 farmers and employs some 34,000 people in the United States. There is precedent for efforts to take back farmland linked to China. In October 2023, Arkansas ordered Chinese-owned seed producer Syngenta to sell 160 acres of U.S. farmland, citing national security. The firm finally sold the land in May and was forced to pay a $280,000 fine for not disclosing its ownership. Part of the newly announced USDA plan includes raising such fines to the highest statutory maximum, 25% of the value of the invested land. I'm so proud of the fact that Arkansas was the first state in the country to kick a Chinese-owned company off of our farmland and out of our state, and we made them pay for it, said Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders at the USDA news conference Tuesday. The announcement of national plan to tighten farmland security comes as the Trump administration's mass deportation campaign collides with the agricultural sector's ongoing reliance on migrant labor. Asked about the strain on migrant laborers in the agricultural sector, Rollins said mass deportations would continue in a strategic and intentional way.
I want to stop it right there and skip ahead. Brooke Rollins made a very interesting statement yesterday. She's the Secretary of Agriculture. She basically said no amnesty for deported farm workers. Medicaid recipients can replace them. That broke me up. That is hilarious. So President Trump stated that illegal immigrant farm workers will not receive amnesty, emphasizing that there are plenty of workers in America. Y'all are going to be picking fruit, folks. Those are going to be black jobs. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins suggested that Medicaid recipients could fill the jobs lost from deported farm workers, insisting there would be no amnesty during a press conference. Rollins highlighted the need for a 100% American workforce in agriculture, stressing that the strategy of mass deportation must not endanger the food supply. During a recent press conference, Trump outlined a plan allowing farmers to vouch for deported migrant workers, aiming to ensure farmers receive necessary labor while maintaining security. Okay, you're gonna have a whole bunch of black jobs out there in the parking lot of Home Depot and Lowe's and wherever else. Get ready, folks. Get ready. Of course you like this idea. You know what? I don't know if you've ever picked watermelons. I have as a kid. My grandmother used to, make us go out and pick up pecans, and that farm labor is hard. So I want to see if Americans actually have the backbone to pick their own fruit. I'm guessing they don't. Can you imagine the kind of protests that we're going to have if we're actually rounding up Medicaid recipients and putting them in the back of deuce and a halfs and taking them out to the orchards? So I look forward to talking about that story when it happens. So let us move on to another funny story. Confronted over Epstein files, Trump and Bondi tell supporters to move on. Now, if I were prone to conspiracy theories, I would be thinking, well, it's kind of coincidence that they make all this brouhaha. Is that big brouhaha about the Epstein files? All of a sudden, the Trump administration is saying, oh, there's nothing, there's no there. All those pictures of Trump and Epstein, at these parties and events. Nothing there, huh? Interesting. And I'm not going to even bother, listening to this story. I think it pretty much speaks for itself. And maybe, who knows, maybe there is nothing there. So who knows? This is interesting. I don't know if people are even old enough to remember the shoe bomber from decades ago. I think this happened in the 90s where this one nincompoop was trying to snuck a like plastic explosives or something onto a plane in his shoe. He was trying to light the fuse or something like that, and he was prevented from doing so. But after that event, that's when they started making people take their shoes off and run them through the scanners at airports. And looks like they are going to get rid of that policy or roll it back. And you will be able to wear your stinky shoes without offending other people. So TSA starts allowing travelers to keep their shoes on in security lines. The agency is changing airport security protocols nationwide. Homeland Security Christiel Noam announced. Now, I haven't listened to this story. I want to listen to it for a little while because I'm hoping there's some sort of technology that's around that just basically, gets rid of the need to take off your shoes.
You're listening to TSA starts allowing travelers to keep their shoes on in security lines, a news story written by Andrea Sachs, Hannah Sampson, Ian Duncan, and Ethan Beck, and read by an AI-generated voice. Travelers passing through airport security checkpoints will no longer have to remove their shoes, reversing a rule that has been in effect since 2006. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi L. Noem officially announced the end of the shoes-off travel policy at a news conference Tuesday at Reagan National Airport, but some airports had been experimenting with the new security protocol for days. Noem said advances in security technology have allowed the Transportation Security Administration to make the change while keeping travelers safe. We've evaluated the equipment that every airport has and are fully confident with the no shoes policy that we still have the security needs in place at every single checkpoint, Noem said at the airport. The majority of travelers will be allowed to pass through security without removing their shoes, but there will be exceptions, Noem said. Security agents will still pull people aside if they deem it necessary. Joe Shuker, an official in the TSA Officers Union, said earlier Tuesday that the agency stopped requiring passengers to remove shoes at some airports Friday before rolling out the change more widely this week. Agency trainers were working to update officers, said Shuker, a vice president in the American Federation of Government Employees Council 100. TSA said the change reflected the use of the advanced hands-up body scanners and improvements to its processes, according to a person briefed on the plans who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss them publicly. The change is designed in part to improve efficiency as passenger numbers increase. Noem mentioned the 2026 World Cup and the 250th anniversary of the United States as attractions that will bring more travelers into the country next year. TSA recently reported its busiest day in history, June 22nd, when the agency screened almost 3.1 million travelers. Passenger numbers broke 3 million on Sunday and exceeded 2.9 million on 6 other days since June 22nd as of Monday. In an attempt to speed up security checkpoints, Homeland Security is looking at other security protocols. Certain TSA standards could be eliminated if current technology can keep passengers safe, Noem said. Every rule is being evaluated, she said. All of you have traveled and all of you have known that sometimes checkpoints can be cumbersome and unpredictable based on what the situation is. With removing your technology, your liquids, your belts, your coats, your shoes, all of them are being evaluated and looked at. Multiple people who flew on Monday reported on social media that they saw new procedures at checkpoints. Caleb Harmon Marshall, a TikTok creator who writes the travel newsletter Gate Access, first reported news of the change on Friday. Harmon Marshall says he is a former TSA officer. The mandate to remove shoes stems from a 2001 incident involving American Airlines passenger Richard Reed, who attempted to detonate homemade bombs hidden in his shoes on a flight from Paris to Miami. The plane diverted to Boston Logan International Airport, where authorities arrested the shoe bomber. The event took place 3 months after the September 11th terrorist attacks. The checkpoint experience is not uniform. Because of TSA's multi-layered approach to security, screenings can vary by airport, checkpoint, or passenger. The change in screening shoes will benefit travelers who use the regular security checkpoint. It will not affect travelers already exempt from the rule, such as TSA PreCheck members, clear customers, minors ages 12 and younger, and seniors at least 75 years old. In November, TSA told the Washington Post that 41 million people, or 30% of flyers, were PreCheck members. The announcement has opened questions about the future of TSA PreCheck, which allows for travelers.
Yeah, I think we get the drift here. I want to make a quick diversion for Ryan's sake, because apparently there's some common thing that I, as host of Stanley versus the World, don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So, I did a quick down and dirty. The average cinder block weight, according to this search, is between 28 to 35 pounds. Some sources indicate that a standard block may weigh as much as 37 pounds, 38 pounds. Your average grocery store, watermelons like the Jubilee watermelon can weigh between 65 to 150 pounds, while the heaviest watermelon recorded to date, 350 pounds, that's really not relevant. In contrast, the average watermelon sold at grocery stores typically weighs between 20 to 25 pounds. Some giant watermelons, can weigh like inordinate amounts. So while your average grocery store may not, watermelon may not be quite as heavy as your standard cinder block. And I'm sure there are different types of cinder blocks, but I've lifted cinder blocks, like the kind of cinder blocks you put your car up on. So, so those weigh, I'm not talking like, maybe your type of cinder blocks where you're building like industrial, like professional, sort of buildings, like a specialized construction. I'm talking like your average cinder block that you may have in your backyard, weighs as much as a store-bought watermelon. So enough of that foolishness. And speaking of trash, Philadelphia. Trash overflows in Philadelphia as city workers strike enters second week. I feel for these folks.
Trash overflows in Philadelphia as city workers strike enters second week. This article is by Neil Vigdor, Riley Kirk, and Campbell Robertson, and read by an automated voice. In Philadelphia, a city that proudly displays its grit, from the Rocky Steps to the Liberty Bell, an unwelcome sight is propagating this summer: mountains of trash. A strike by Philadelphia's largest public sector union entered its second week on Tuesday, disrupting garbage collection and a host of other services in the nation's sixth most populous city. The contract impasse between the city and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees District Council 33, which represents roughly 9,000 municipal employees, including 1,000 sanitation workers, has forced municipal agencies to scale back programs. Others have been suspended by the city, which closed some of its public libraries and warned of longer repair times should there be a water main break or street cave-in. But little could prepare people for the stench of overflowing garbage, much of it concentrated around more than 60 temporary collection sites set up by the city for residents to drop off up to 8 bags per household on their usual scheduled pickup day. Frankie Olivieri, the owner of Pat's King of Steaks, one of Philadelphia's venerable cheesesteak purveyors, said in an interview on Tuesday that the odor was so overpowering that he had gone to the beach for some fresh air. All big cities have a certain perfume to them in the summertime, people say, Mr. Olivieri said. But the smell is wafting down the streets as you turn up some streets, and then you're catching smells of household trash. Which is really, really horrible. To deal with the onslaught of garbage, the city has enlisted private contractors and non-union municipal employees. A plan that has encountered intense criticism over its effectiveness. We're out every day working to collect the trash as quickly and as efficiently as we can, Joe Grace, a spokesman for the mayor's office, said on Tuesday. The union and the city have been clashing over the proposed terms of a new contract for the mostly blue-collar workers, who include sanitation and sewage treatment plant workers, 911 dispatchers, morgue employees, and crossing guards. The workers had been operating under a 1-year contract extension that expired on July 1st and are seeking a multi-year deal. The two sides have remained split over wage increases offered by the city, which union officials say do not keep up with inflation. In its 8th day, the strike is the first extended work stoppage by the union in nearly 40 years. More than 300 of the 9,000 striking workers, including 911 dispatchers, were ordered back to the job during the strike's first week after the city was granted a series of legal injunctions. Workers at a city morgue were also required to return to work after the city's medical examiner complained that the strike had created a backlog of cadavers. Greg Boulware, the president of the union's District Council 33, said in an interview on Monday that the union workers were struggling to afford living in Philadelphia. The city clearly identifies our members as essential, but doesn't pay them as essential, Mr. Boulware said. Philadelphia's mayor, Sherelle Parker, a Democrat, has argued that the city's offer to the union is its most generous in decades and is more competitive than those offered to similar workers in other large U.S. cities. It includes a total wage increase of 13.75% over 4 years, with 5% applied retroactively from the one-year contract extension that just expired, according to the city. The union has countered that the 5% skews the total amount. Mayor Parker has made clear her goal is to reach a fair and fiscally responsible agreement for the hardworking men and women of District Council 33, as well as for the city of Philadelphia. Mr. Grace, the spokesman for the mayor's office, said on Tuesday. Both sides returned to the negotiating table on Tuesday as the impasse entered its second week and the trash bags continued to pile up. Larry West, who lives a half-mile from one of the temporary trash collection sites, said in an interview on Tuesday that the dumpster there was overflowing onto the sidewalk and street. At first, he said, it was placed across from a school and playground. Then, it was moved across from where children go to summer camp, he said. It's just horrific, Mr. West said. A video he posted on X showed bags of trash lining the street around a dumpster. Who's gonna clean it up when it's done? Mr. West said of the strike. James Ray, who lives in South Philadelphia, said in an interview on Tuesday that he supported the striking workers, adding that he has been keeping his trash under his building stoop and won't be bringing it to one of the collection sites. He likened that to crossing a picket line. At the same time, he said, trash from his neighbors and a nearby business was accumulating outside the building, drawing flies and critters. We have a small family of raccoons who lives near us even at the best of times, Mr. Ray said, and they seem to be having a good time. He mentioned that when he left his apartment, the odor was very strong. You ever smell like rotting vegetables? He said. Mr. Olivieri, the cheesesteak shop owner, raised concerns that garbage-strewn sidewalks and streets were uninviting. People aren't going to come to Philadelphia if the trash is piled high, he said. Billy Witz contributed reporting.
Yeah, well, what can I say? Let's look at this little video here. Let's see, it says a deal has been reached, public sector strike. It has? 8-day public halted trash collection. Overflowing garbage caused pungent odors across the city. City enlisted private contractors and non-union municipal employees. City and the union, which includes 1,000 sanitation workers. The deal still has to be ratified. Okay, so they've reached some sort of deal. So maybe this will be coming to an end pretty soon. All right, well, on to New York City. Apparently, the mayor and police chiefs let corruption fester at NYPD suits charge. So there's a lawsuit by 4 former police officers claimed that a culture of cronyism ruled the department. James Essig, who was chief of detectives, said the promotions were sold for $15,000. Damn. That's all.
Mayor and police chiefs let corruption fester at NYPD suits charge. This article is by Maria Kramer and read by an automated voice. 4 former high-ranking police officers are suing Mayor Eric Adams of New York, accusing him of enabling corruption in the police department, an agency where they said anyone who spoke out faced retaliation and humiliation. The separate lawsuits filed on Monday in New York Supreme Court come as Mr. Adams, a former police captain, is running for re-election and using falling crime numbers to bolster his campaign. But the allegations from the former officers, who each spent decades in the department and helped lead bureaus like Internal Affairs and Professional Standards, could revive accusations that he presided over a law enforcement agency where chaos and cronyism reigned. One of the former officers, James Essig, who served more than 40 years, was chief of detectives until August 2023. He said in the suit that Edward Caben, the commissioner at the time, had forced him to resign after he objected to the promotions of unqualified officers to elite detective roles and specialized units. Mr. Essig's lawsuit, which names Mr. Caban, Mr. Adams, and Jeffrey Madry, the former chief of department, accused Mr. Caban of selling promotions in exchange for $15,000. Instead of relying on a list of candidates recommended by supervisors, Mr. Caban and Mr. Madry often picked friends and cronies of theirs, and Mr. Adams, according to the suit. In an interview, Mr. Essig, 63, said he wanted, quote, accountability for former leaders whose decisions killed morale and hurt the careers of dozens of police officers who were forced out or left the department because they were troubled about its direction. The lawsuits are about exposing the wrongdoing of people who were in there who didn't do the right thing, he said. They used the police department as their own little playground. Kayla Mamalak Altis, a spokeswoman for Mr. Adams, said the administration would review the lawsuits. The Adams administration holds all city employees, including leadership at the NYPD, to the highest standards, she said in a statement. Our work at the department speaks for itself. Crime continues to topple month after month, both above and below ground. That is no coincidence, Ms. Mamalak Altis added. It's thanks to the Adams administration's laser focus on public safety. The police department declined to comment. Lawyers for Mr. Caban, who resigned amid a federal probe into several members of the Adams administration, said he would vigorously defend himself. There is no merit to the allegations raised in these complaints, including the unsupported and reckless suggestion that former Commissioner Caban accepted anything of value in connection with promotions, said his lawyers Russell Capone and Rebecca Donaleski.
Yeah, I'll stop it right there. I don't think Adams is very popular, but speaking of elections, should New York City ditch its party primaries in favor of open races? A panel created by Mayor Eric Adams wants to consider using an open primary system for elections in New York City. You know what? I heard somewhere in another related article that Adams wants I think it's Adams wanting Cuomo to not run so he can run. Because they both want to take out Mom Donnie. So we need to stay tuned to that. That might wind up being bloody. And I honestly think that any reaction like that is just gonna make Mom Donnie more attractive to voters. So speaking of vindictive, everyone hit the like button. Please make sure if you're new, you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, to the Urban Landlord Clips channel for a lot of John Street interviews and that sort of thing. For video essays, mostly, political topics and culture, politics, news sort of topics. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000, but especially hit the like button. We are light on likes. So looks like the FBI has launched criminal investigations into James Comey and John Brennan over Trump-Russia probe. We probably all knew this was going to come. The Department of Justice is reportedly investigating former CIA Director John Brennan and former FBI Director James Comey for potential criminal actions connected to the 2016 Trump-Russia probe. The investigations are examining whether Brennan or Comey made false statements to Congress, which is a federal offense, and if they adhered to legal and ethical standards during the probe. The reported investigations follow years of political controversy regarding Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. election and could have far-reaching impacts on intelligence gathering practices and government oversight. Given the last few stories between, wanting to unleash AI on intelligence databases, this is disturbing. This this is, is playing politics and, political vendettas actually good for the country? I would think it isn't. And I'm not impressed with Trump's attention to actually, what the American people want. I just don't think the American people at this point care about James Comey or even Russia. Trump may be the only one in America who cares about it for real. So next on the agenda is my favorite newsletter, the Blind Spot Report from Ground News. And let's peruse through here. This actually caught my attention. Gun suicide crisis grows in U.S., hitting record levels. It's not something I keep up with a lot, but it says here in 2023, gun deaths, let's see, gun deaths, there were 46,728. And with suicides accounting for 58% of those gun deaths. For the fourth year running, these are all 2023 numbers. Experts like Dr. Paul Nestat emphasize guns are far more lethal than other suicide methods. I think that's obvious. And states with permissive gun laws, such as Missouri and Wyoming, suffer highest child firearm death rates. Missouri and Wisconsin. Very interesting. Indicating their evidence-based public health policies can reduce gun deaths and save lives. So, I might investigate this farther, but it's kind of gloomy news. So let's see what else is in this newsletter. 4 in 10 babies born in Britain have foreign-born parents. That's interesting. So, damn. So 40% of the babies born in Britain have foreign-born parents in Britain. Wow. Let's see. U.S. contractors say their colleagues are firing live ammo as Palestinians seek food in Gaza. We did talk about this earlier. Yeah, it's dangerous in Gaza just to even go get food or medicine. So Biden news, which I actually have no interest in, but I'll read it anyway. Leak memo shows advisors told Biden he would be helped by an early debate with Trump. That's news. Why did they bother leaking that? Biden stated that's why he was doing it. Do you think the results of the U.S. presidential election would have been different if Biden had dropped out earlier? Ooh, that is an interesting poll question. And why would they be asking? It's a little too late now. Excuse me. So let's see, what else do we have here? Ooh, Kristi Noem failed to disclose $80,000 dark money payment. Kristi Noem received $80,000 from the American Resolve Policy Fund while serving as governor of South Dakota, but failed to disclose it, likely violating ethics rules. Who cares? As a matter of fact, she's probably a more attractive candidate now that we know this. U.S. to ban purchases of farmland by Chinese nationals. We know that. Let's see. Anything else interesting? Well, that's pretty much it. Not as exciting as it usually is. All right, so let's see. What else do we have in store? I do have a couple videos here. Oh, I see. Hood Servative is live. What is he doing? Hood Servative, black women are tired. Yeah. You know what? Hood Servative and his woman problems. Let us see here. I should have been better prepared. Oh, this is an interesting story. This lady here. I'll set this up. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm not gonna do better than set it up. I'm gonna watch the preceding video. This is a Red Lobster story that actually turned out to be fairly interesting, and this was a trip. So I'm not going to even bother setting it up. This video here. Good. This video here will set it up for us.
Red Lobster got them a crab boil. Not only do they have them a crab boil, they got them a new CEO. I've been seeing a lot of videos talking about how good this crab boil is, but I call cap. I lost faith in Red Lobster a long time ago, and but let's see if it's facts or caps. Red Lobster crab boil. Let's see. All right, so I told you that I had lost faith in Red Lobster many, many years ago because the food just was not good. But as I was telling you, they got them a new CEO, a black young man from Nigeria, Nigerian American, and I can already tell that he's revamping and doing some things in the Red Lobster situation. Off rip, the menus are totally, totally different. And this one right here, you see that? So they got them a summer sips starring Purple Haze, the new Purple Haze.
Just stay tuned, folks. You'll see what happens. It's
So this is their summer drink. We definitely gonna try this to see what this is about. The Purple Haze, and their menus also look refreshed. I'm gonna use the word refreshed because a Red Lobster really needed a big refreshing when it came to their stuff. Now, the crab boils or the seafood boils, as you can see right here. Let me back that up. All right. So these are the new food item to their menu. I'm sure they have a few more, but this is the star. This is what I am here to have. So in these new boils, you can have roasted garlic butter,
Stanley, don't
Cajun
you
butter,
ever.
and you two different types of boils. So you have the mariners,
Don't I ever what?
Don't try to
mariners.
tell me what's a BBL and what's not. I know
You're not black. How would you know him?
him.
If you've ever seen her, I mean, she does not have a BBL.
Oh, okay, everything
I've been
about her
watching.
is real.
Well, no, well, let me tell you something. I have seen her in like skimpy outfits. I mean, she is a real outdoors girl. Believe it or not, if it's a BBL, it's the best I've ever seen. I mean, she gets out, she goes fishing, hunting, shooting. She's kind of a country girl, and it's one of the things she does. And by the way, her YouTube page has like something like 1.5 million subscribers. It's over 1 million. She's been around for a while, and she does food reviews. And just let this story develop. It is going to be real interesting. There is a part 2. Just let the story develop. It was awfully interesting. And Red Lobster actually winds up being interesting in this too. Just watch it.
With an S, boil, the marine lobster tail, a dozen shrimp, snow crab legs, corn, and red potatoes. Or you can have the sailor, which is 2 dozen shrimp, smoked sausage, corn, and red potatoes. The mariners is $46.99, and then the sailors is $31.99. I want to try both sauces, so we're gonna get both of those sauces and see. Now I can tell you, If it's anything like what I've had before when it comes to flavor and taste with Red Lobster, it's going to be a miss. It's going to be a miss. And unfortunately, I hate to feel that way, but this is based off of experience that I've had. Now, I don't know if y'all remember, they had a steam, like a steam boil, a steam pot.
How are you today?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great too.
Wonderful.
Welcome to Red Lobster.
Thank you.
I'm Jody, and I'll be taking care of you. We have Crab Fest that started on Monday. I am out of corn until our next manager comes in though with the crab boils, just to let you know. It's been couldn't believe how busy it's been.
Really?
Yes.
So there's no corn, but we have everything, sausage and potatoes. And...
everything else, honey.
Okay.
And that is on the flyer, the oil bags right there.
Yes.
And our crab top steak, salmon, asparagus, baked potatoes, and our new appetizer, the crabby top lobster stuffed mushrooms.
Ooh, I think I want that too.
Hey, Stanley, real quick.
This is new. So these
Yes,
are all
sir.
of our new options.
What does it say in the top right corner? Because I can't read it.
New drinks.
Hold on one sec. It says, well, let me remove that. If I can. How do I remove that? I think, is that a banner? No, it's a brand. Okay. Hold on one sec. There we go.
Jody, the waitress, went and told the manager I was recording.
Okay,
The
no,
camera
that's
was
what I
always
want.
facing
So,
me.
to begin, let me have
There we go. Is that
um,
better? Yeah, basically it just says the camera was always facing her, but just let this develop.
you.
It's interesting.
And I am going to give me 1 second with the menu. And Miss Jody is on it. Our biscuits are already here. They smell hot. So let me see. Get this gum out. And let's see if they're as I remember. So they do have a pretty big new item. Oh, look at that. They have a pretty decent new items on their menu, or new menu items. It's what I remember. They're good. I'm going to order a few things off of the menu. When it comes, we're going to talk about it. So I came here to review the food, and the manager just sent out a waitress saying that we're not allowed to film in the restaurant. Now, mind you, I am up against the wall. There's nobody around me, and I'm a little feel some type of way about that. But let's see. The general manager just came out and said that we needed to go because we were filming in the restaurant. This is the what's this location? This is the Fort Myers location. I will give you a address. Give me my phone. Let me go ahead and put that in here now. This is the Fort Myers location off of Cleveland Avenue, north of Easton Mall. So it's 3801 Cleveland Avenue, Fort Myers, 33901. We are being put out of the restaurant because I am filming to review the crab boil.
Now, just so you know, there is a part 2 to this, another video that I just saw yesterday or the day before. I was actually impressed by Red Lobster, to be honest. And this particular lady, she does food reviews. I've seen her do them before. I don't know if she has a separate channel for her gun stuff, but I know her more for she does a lot of cooking in her kitchen. She's got cooking shows. That's where I know her from. And I just happen to know that she likes guns. I've seen her grill out. I've seen her fish, etc. So she's never struck me as a BBL. However, I don't really care whether she has one or not, and I'm certainly not going to argue with Badass and Deacon Dave,
Yeah,
about whether
the
she has a.
BBL connoisseurs, the guys who know. We review
Yeah,
these.
well, you know what? You probably not only that, you take whiffs, and you can probably tell who did the operation by the whiff.
You know what? You don't have that much to say when
How do you
people sniff
like
their
that?
wine, do you?
So,
That's what I was
this
comparing
will
it to.
be
Yeah,
aired
sure.
ASAP so that you guys can know that this was a terrible, terrible experience. I have never experienced anything like this before in my life in a restaurant. Unfortunately, I'm flabbergasted. I cannot believe.
Why isn't
Yeah,
she
he told us
leaving?
not even stop filming. He told us to leave
Just give it
the
time.
restaurant.
Man,
He
you
didn't come out
guys
here and say,
are
"Look, I'm
really
sorry.
don't
I'd
let
rather,
stories
you guys
develop, do
not
you?
film, but I'll be more than glad to serve you your food, whatever." No, he says,
I'm
"No,
trying
you
not to
gotta
give away
leave.
the
I'm
ending.
busy right now," and he left. How am I supposed to feel about that? Red Lobster, CEO of Red Lobster. I'm going to go ahead and look you up, and I am going to be sure that I send this to corporate. I'm going to get his information so that you know exactly where we are and who it is that we're talking about. But I am extremely disappointed, very, very disappointed in the new revamping of Red Lobster. Okay, so I told you we were in the Red Lobster in Fort Myers. The general manager's name is Eddie
Oh my God, just
Walton.
get your shit and go.
This is where you can call to make your complaints or give your opinions as
You're
to what
not a
just happened.
reader
Two
of
three
books,
nine
are you?
936
What the hell that got to do with her
8216.
getting up
And
and getting
yes,
out the
he was a
restaurant?
brother.
Well, I keep telling you, just let the story develop. Um, Damn, can't you be patient? You're going to be impressed with Red Lobster, at least. Damn.
Well, hopefully
A
they
brother
manhandle.
that put us out here. Call the number 239 936
In a way,
8216. Yes, we have been asked to leave, not even stop filming.
I mean, in a way, you ought to be impressed that this is like the power of YouTube. And you will. Apparently, there are a lot of people who who do reviews of Red Lobster. That I didn't know. But
That's
this
probably
is
why
this
they have a
this is
policy.
this is part 2.
Oh my God, I'm waiting with bated breath to see what happened.
Yeah, well.
Welcome back to the office. Okay, now I am one who hates to wait for a part 2 or a follow-up on anything. So I am sorry that this has taken this long.
Look at
My
those guns
apologies
in the
to you,
background.
but yes. Now, if you're wondering why we are
Not
here,
impressed.
we are here for a follow-up
Yeah, well, you
on
wouldn't be.
my.
Nothing a woman does impresses you.
They kicked me out of Red Lobster. So, all right. So, as you guys know, Red Lobster has come back. They're trying to make a comeback and really draw in their customers and consumers with what it is that's going on now, right? So crab boil is a big deal, and Red Lobster has seafood boils. And I've been seeing them online. Everybody's been doing the reviews on them. And I really was interested in giving my opinion on this seafood boil. Now, a lot of people, there have been quite a bit mixed reviews. You have some people say it's good, some people say that it's bad, some people say that it's the best crab boil or seafood boil they've ever had. And me personally, I lost faith in Red Lobster many, many years ago. And coming into my video, I expressed that. And it's the truth. And I know I can only speak for myself, but just hearing people in the comments, as far as they kicked me out video goes, they also feel the same way that I do. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go review the food for myself. And I am going to be as brutally honest as I always am when I'm doing reviews for you guys, especially when it comes to food. And I was psyched. I was super, super psyched. We're going to do this. So get myself together. We head over to Red Lobster. Now, in the parking lot, I'm telling y'all where we are. I'm telling y'all that, look, again, I lost faith in this. A lot of people calling this, saying this is so good, but I call cap. Because again, like I said, I had lost faith in the food. The food just wasn't good anymore. Maybe many years ago it was good, but as of, recently, it really wasn't. And it was a real unfortunate situation because Red Lobster was a huge staple, back in the day. But anyway, so we get through the parking lot, we get ready to go inside. There's no cameras filming. We walk in, we speak to the hostess. I ask the hostess, table for two. She walks us to the back. She tries to sit us in a booth, kind of like in between two parties that are already there. And I tell her, I said, I would rather sit over here in the corner if that's okay.
Let's just skip through
She
this
was like,
part.
sure, no problem, whatever.
You talking about me? Let the story develop.
I don't know if it was the crab fest.
Well,
or
you
some
saw that
fest
part.
going on that week too. But there's many new items on the new menu, and I want to try them all. And she says, okay, well, let me take your drinks first. I order, I believe it was the new Snoop and Drake collab. And
Exactly,
water,
D-Bray.
whatever.
Exactly.
Order the drinks. The bread.
I wonder if that's where it's gonna go.
So I was like, okay, we going good. This is gonna be good. I taste the bread. The bread tastes exactly what I remember. Cheddar Bay biscuits were probably and probably will continue to be my favorite part of Red Lobster. The biscuits have not lost it. Fine. I'm talking, to the camera about the menus, what we're going to order. We're trying to decide all this good stuff. And all of a sudden, as I pause, waiting for Jody to come back to the table to take our order for our appetizers or whatever, another young lady that is not our waitress comes to the table and says, I'm sorry, you can't film here. You got to go. So I'm like, I'm sorry? She was like, yes, you can't film, you gotta leave. So I'm at this point, I'm taken. I don't know how to feel about what she just said. I think I was more disturbed on the fact that she said that you gotta go versus you can't film here. If I can't film here, fine. Tell me, look, you can't film, but I'll be more than glad to take your order. Whatever it is, whatever. So I asked her and I said, can I speak to the manager? She says, okay. And she proceeds to go get the manager. Now, mind you, it's been some time that's been ticking since I've been waiting for Mr. Eddie Walton to come to the table. And during that process, I even had time to go to the front, speak to the hostess again, get his information, come back to the table, update y'all as to what was happening before Mr. Walton even approached the table. Now, Mr. Walton never approached the table face to face. He was probably 5 feet behind me and probably 3 feet outside of the kitchen. That's how far he was from where I was sitting. If I'm not mistaken, we were sitting at table 5. This happened at the Fort Myers location. So I believe it was table 5. Anyway, and yes, literally behind me, to where I had to lean up in my booth and look behind me to see who was talking to me. So now I'm really bothered because you didn't have the audacity to come to the table and say, look, I'm sorry, I'd rather you not film in here, but I would be more than glad to fix or bring out whatever it is that you would like to eat. This is what's going on. Give us like the little rundown what Jody did, whatever, just however it is, or you're taught to handle situations like this. None of that. Zero, nothing. The response was, you gotta leave, I'm busy. You gotta leave, I am busy. So at that point, again, and I do state in my video that this was the worst restaurant experience that I've ever had in my life. So for y'all selective hearing people that missed that I said restaurant experience, I've been reviewing food in restaurants for quite some time, and I have never had that type of interaction with anybody who is supposed to be the face of that establishment at any given time. Never, ever, ever. So that, yes, was my worst restaurant experience that I had based on what happened. Fine. I wrap it up. Muchos besitos. I'm telling y'all, whatever. Peace, right? Fine. So that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was Saturday afternoon. Yeah, Saturday afternoon, maybe 1:30-ish, maybe. Okay, so I decided to leave a review on Google. So I go on there, I leave a quite lengthy review on Google. I'm talking about my waitress. Now, somebody's gonna ask me, well, how did you figure it was Jody? Now, I'm gonna tell you, I feel like it was Jody because, for one, she couldn't face us anymore after that interaction. So after she took our drink menu, our drink order, she went to the kitchen, told Eddie that we were filming, and then she disappeared. That's how that other girl came out and told us that we had to leave. And throughout that whole rest of that interaction, you ain't see Jody no more. I got a pretty timely response back. Yada, yada, yada. So pretty much everything that I just told you guys. And not that I didn't think that I was going to get a response back, but I did. I did get a response back. I got a pretty timely response back from, it's listed as, it says Red Lobster and it says owner. So in that response from this is on Google, it's asking me, really pretty much apologizing. It's apologizing for my experience, and it gave me a reference number. Now, in that message, it's asking me to pretty much reiterate everything that I said on Google with the reference number on their Facebook Messenger. So they wanted me to leave them a message on Facebook with everything that I just said, location, all that good stuff. So I proceed to get my reference number, my location, and my story, and I go to their their Facebook Messenger. And I, of course, include my little clip, and I get a response back. So I get a response back same day. This is how on it they are. So this is now Monday. This was Monday at 11:40. I went to Facebook Messenger, left all the information, and then Monday at 1:41, I got another response from somebody from Red Lobster. So they're thanking me for my message.
Let me ask you a question, Dave. What do you think of this comment?
I think she's.
Well, no. I'm talking B. Bray's comment.
Okay, yeah, I just seen that. Has been destroyed because of your filthy psychopathic mentality. I think there's some truth to that. I think that most women use privilege
you know
and
what?
don't
Then
allow.
let me
Wait.
tell you my truth. I think the both of you are two fucked up individuals.
You see those plaques over her left shoulder?
The woman is basically got a channel with 1.5 million viewers. She does restaurant reviews. And yeah, she may be a little long-winded, but the bottom line is she has done nothing filthy or psychopathic. I think the filthy and psychopathic is old men who can't fucking get along outside of their house. You know what? What psychopathic is making that kind of comment over a channel you've never even fucking watched before?
I think her award's over her left shoulder.
Okay, you're not getting my goddamn point, are you?
I get your point.
This isn't about
Let me
her.
make my point.
It's not
please.
about her now. It's about ass.
Stanley,
It's about redneck assholes who just come into people's chats shitting on black people for no reason other than, being just a total jerk and a racist.
Well, Stanley, we could cook Brave all day, but if you want
Well,
me to
no.
answer the question.
You know what? I was ignoring him until that comment.
But there is some validity if you allow me to respond to it.
There is zero validity to what he says.
Okay, so then there's no validity.
If he doesn't
what about
like
those awards over her shoulder? She thinks that she could throw her weight around.
I think you should stop looking at her and listen to her story. It's an interesting story. She got a response from Red Lobster, and I think she even talked to the CEO. Red Lobster actually did something that was good for the brand, and you know what? If anything, the lesson here is if you have 1.5 million viewers and you actually do food reviews, sometimes you're going to be taken seriously if you raise enough of a stink.
Sometimes you're going to be tossed out on the street because they don't want you in there.
Okay, well, guess what? They just changed their policy because of this woman.
Oh.
They literally say that they want people to come in and review their food. So she fucking changed Red Lobster's policy if it was ever a policy. That's really the point of this. Sometimes if you make complaints in a constructive way and you actually follow the process, you do get results. That's the lesson that I'm taking from this. Boop Badass, to be honest, I've never seen any of her shows that were specifically about firearms. For some reason, I don't know whether she has 2 different sites or 2 different pages or what, but everything I've ever seen from her has been food related. Or, it could just be that I only pay attention to the food related stuff. And not that she's that great a cook, though. I think she is pretty decent. And her food reviews, are okay. But you know what? Liking food and food reviews and stuff like that. I'm sorry, you people are just interested in firearms. And what is Be Brave still here? Would it have been so bad to prearrange? You know what? Apparently, who prearranges food reviews? What the fuck is what kind of Dairy Queen? What? Nobody prearranges food reviews. The point is to catch their normal service. Damn, dude. You know what? You're not very white, are you, Be Brave? You don't know shit about you don't know shit about white stuff. Why do I know more about being white than you do, Be Brave? Tell me that.
You could be right, but you got to dunk on me.
Apologizing for my experience, and could I also provide the
I'm sorry, what?
I said sometimes you could be right about something, but you dunk on it when you're right.
Well, no, I'm dunking because I know it's Be Brave.
Yeah, that too. I concede some of these points to you, Stanley. So, I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not afraid to admit I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, really, the point isn't her. The larger point is that she was able to affect change, as small as it might be. And, Red Lobster is trying to change their image. And who knows? You know what? They might hire her to be some brand ambassador or something. But my point is that sometimes, the YouTuber wins. They changed their company policy because of her experience.
with the following. So they're
That doesn't happen
email,
too
my
often.
phone number, and a date and a time of approximate visit to the restaurant. I do that. I leave my email address, my phone number, date and time, and that was a Saturday. So that was Saturday, June 28th. All right. So they respond to me again, and they say, thank you. A guest relations representative will reach out to you within 24 to 48 hours. Please keep an eye out on your inbox and your spam folder during this time frame, as emails sometimes automatically sent there due to personal security settings. Fine.
This is very true,
Again, that was
Jihad.
Monday. Didn't think too hard on it. And I felt like this
Well, it's
was
better than
correspondence.
it's
but
better
I
than
didn't think
Captain
again,
D's.
it was gonna go another step. So again, that was Monday. And Monday was, I think, the 31st. All right. So Monday rolls around, and now I don't hear anything Monday. And doesn't leave a voicemail. So hey, it's not important. I'm not even worried about it anymore. Within a minute or so, I received a text message. And that was now Tuesday at 10:08 a.m. And the text message
Damn, she's just
reads
going to
like
give a
this.
whole timeline.
Hello, Yoki. This is Damola, CEO Red Lobster. Apologies for your experience. Can you give me a call? Thanks. Now, for the CEO of a corporation to take their time out to reach out to somebody who has had a unfortunate experience.
Hey, let me stop this right here so I can deal with the pitchfork crowd. Yes, good example for Black youth. Complain and victim moan. Yes, sir. Or now I know in your corn-fed fucking petticoat junction mindset that she's complaining, but you know what? Restaurants and businesses like that are in the customer service business. Okay, I know you're just used to taking shit from your white betters, be brave, but some of us, even in the Black community, think that if we are going to spend our money, we should get the most for our money and not be downtrodden shit kickers like you and your kin. So what you would call moaning, I would call, you know what, if I'm going to spend money here, I want a good customer service experience. And by the way, she wasn't just going in there to, just get a meal. She was actually going to order practically the whole menu so she could review the menu. That's a lot of times what food reviewers will do. So it wasn't like comp or anything like that. She was going to pay for it. So I know. Well, I think the best advice is, for Black youth is not to listen to people like you. You mean Black people no good. And, for the people that are into your brand of entertainment, that's all well and good. Different strokes for different folks.
In whatever it is, their restaurant, establishment, whatever it is, I think is big. Thanks. So I go back and I look, and it's the same number that had just tried to call me. So the same number, the person who I sent to voicemail was the CEO, Mr. Damola of Red Lobster. Okay. So pick up my phone and I call back and hello, Yoki. I mean, it was literally like if we had known each other. He called my name as soon as the phone rang. He was like, Yoki, how are you? This is Damola from Red Lobster, whatever, such and such and such. And I was like, Damola, thank you for, giving me a call, blah, blah, blah. So we're talking about the experience. For one, he was very apologetic. He also informed me and pretty much told me that in this day and age, social media is everything, and we welcome filming.
No, they looked her up, and he's a subscriber.
He does not know why this interaction happened this way. Again, I am sorry. I would like to apologize to you. Please allow us to make
I don't know where this
right.
ends. Somebody's going to bring a baby chimpanzee in there trying to feed it.
Of Red Lobster.
And then they're going to be complaining that they got kicked out.
He could have been doing anything. But he watched my video, as he told me.
Well, it is a
in the
little long
conversation.
and
I
drawn
watched your
out,
video
but
this
you know
morning,
what? Hell, I might do a long
and
show
I
with the
am
CEO of a
very
company called,
displeased with what I saw.
change the whole company policy. I might be proud of
Simple.
that.
He said, I saw you in my establishment. Nobody else was, the way that you were filming, nobody else was seen. Only people were heard. There was no other parties compromised. Nothing was compromised. Nobody was compromised. Everything was as clean as.
And see, this is actually, something that goes contra to the Be Brave narrative. She would have never gotten this far had she been belligerent or, just done something that was untowards. The reason they responded so positively is she was very professional about it. She emphasized up in the top right corner that, hey, no faces were recorded, nobody's privacy was violated. When they tossed her out, she didn't she didn't roll her neck or whatever they call it. She didn't become belligerent. She basically decamped, and then she went through a process from Google, etc., to lodging, her complaint. And once they looked into it, you know what? Hey, this woman has 1.5 million subscribers, and she does food reviews quite often. Gee, we might want her on our side. So she
Definitely
did the right
bend the
thing.
knee because of her subscriber count. I get it.
Okay, no, well, you know what? 1.5 million is 1.5 million, and we should assume that a lot of those are Black potential customers who like her food reviews. If she says, hey, I like the food, who knows what kind of business they might drum up. And it's actually kind of surprising that people people who are kind of Black conservatives don't quite understand the dynamics of this interaction. You guys are not as professional and as worldly as you might think yourselves are.
No, I'm jaded. I told you that before.
Yeah, well, you know what? You do you. But this motherfucker saying she did exactly what she was supposed to do. And you know what? She might have even made some people's Red Lobster experience more pleasant. So thank you, Be Brave, for noticing the right way to do things. And the psychotic, nasty, comments that you made were unnecessary and unbecoming. Well, they would be unbecoming a decent white person, but since you're a bottom feeding shit kicker, I guess I shouldn't have expected better. You're doing what you're supposed to do, Be Brave.
Hey, Stanley, I would love to get Brave's opinion. Do you think you would let him
I don't give a
at
fuck
least
about Be Brave's
stay his?
opinion.
Come on, Stanley. That would be that's the good shit.
He has already given his opinion in the chat. I don't need it up on the panel.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Come
and
on, Stanley.
apologize again.
I don't have patience with that kind of
quite accepting to his
bottom feeding
apologies.
bullshit.
I did say,
You don't know if he's
I
pulling your
do,
leg or not.
Oh, I don't
it
give
is
a
an
fuck whether he
unfortunate
is or not.
situation, and at that time, by the
As
time
far as
he
I'm
saw the
concerned,
video that morning,
that is his true
the
opinion,
video
and he's
was already
consistent in that
over
opinion, even if it's a
100,000
shtick.
views. And
I'm
it
not
was,
convinced it
it
is.
was, y'all was hitting it. And again, y'all were like, well, what's going on?
Richard,
Damona?
Be Brave was up on the panel without a timer a few days ago. I don't do timers on my panel unless it's like, some special occasion. But Be Brave's
And y'all
been
got
up here
along
before.
great.
Yeah, well,
You guys got
why
along
wouldn't we?
pretty good, and I was impressed.
Well, I'm glad it was to your satisfaction.
Yes, let's keep the party going.
What party?
When you allow him to
Just the
speak,
fact
that's what's up.
that he
You know what? he had something interesting that I wanted to hear. It's not like if I see what people get frustrated with and maybe don't understand is, yeah, if I think you need to be interrupted, I'm going to do it. I will try and do better because Speak Radio did kind of chastise me the other day. But you know what? If you're making a stupid point, I'm going to correct it or at least challenge it, and I'm going to do it in real time. I'm not going to sit here with a fucking notebook writing down stupid comments so I can come back later and address them. Why not just address them right then and there?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I mean, life is short.
Took the time out of his morning after watching that video to give me a call. That meant
Anyway, I'm sure we get the
"Look,
point of
stand
this.
by your phone."
My upshot is, you're going to get a lot more accomplished if you act professionally instead of, she could have just as easily gotten a little upset and raised some hell. And I think she, in my personal opinion, she was very professional about it. She went through the right channels and, it percolated up to the CEO in a very obviously productive manner. She got a policy change. And by the way, the manager is not fired. They said, they would take him aside and, update him on, the new policy that's coming out. The waitress, their jobs are preserved. So, no waitresses or managers or restaurant personnel were harmed in the filming of this encounter.
I don't think they would have took a hit if they didn't bend the knee to her, and they just would have told her, "We have a policy."
I don't think they were.
it.
I don't think they were bending a knee to her.
Oh, they
were
absolutely
realizing
were.
that. Hey, they were realizing that this isn't your daddy's Red Lobster. Social media is real, and she is a big enough player that she got a policy change. Now I know that had this been some white woman, you probably would have been applauding her pluck.
You don't get this kind of content from white women. I'm sorry. Or you're not reviewing this kind of content from white women.
That's why white women are shat upon. So good
Yeah,
job.
they would have told her to get out, and nobody would have cared.
You know what? I applaud that she wasn't going to take the shit that a white woman would take. I like that.
And this is part of that privilege.
You know what? What's privilege for but to use?
Right. I agree with that too. That's true. But it is privilege. You just have to acknowledge that part.
A white woman would have left and written a letter. Well, that's exactly what this woman did, except she did it online.
And she documented it with all her followers. And I think that's why it was the bend the knee privilege that she had.
Dude, those followers are potential customers. You're crazy if you are not going to take advantage of someone with 1.5 million subscribers. You'd be crazy if you're aware. If you are Red Lobster and you're trying to turn your business around and bring back customers who, like her, had kind of given up, you're crazy if you don't bend a knee.
Well, you just said it wasn't bending the knee. Now it's bending the knee. I was right.
I think it was all a part of customer service. I'm just using terminology that you would understand.
Yes, you have to dumb it down for me, Stanley. You know that.
Well, you're. I don't have to dumb it down like I would with Be Brave. So there's that. So here, in honor of Be Brave, this is a brand new one that just dropped from Professor Black Truth. I think Be Brave could use some Black Truth right now.
I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. I know they're up against some pretty stiff competition from Greg Abbott's Texas and Ron DeSantis's Florida, but I'd like to nominate Louisiana as the most backward state in America. In May of 2016, Louisiana's inbred legislature passed a so-called law that included police as a protected group under the state's hate crimes laws. It's the only state in America to have a law like that. So in addition to the actual victims of hate crimes based on race, age, gender, religion, color, creed, disability, sexual orientation, national origin, ancestry, They've now added the imaginary category of a job as a hate crimes classification. So your line of work can qualify you as a hate crime victim. Why not have a hate crimes law for mailmen then? They face far more violence and actual threats than the donut chomping thugs in blue. Now, this so-called law goes on to specify that law enforcement officer means active or retired. Retired? So this is not about protecting police. It's about protecting a profession, even if you no longer work in that said profession. Gee, is that how it works when you're black? The largest category of people who suffer hate crimes laws? Is there a day when you can be retired from being black? And if you're going to be protecting people on the basis of whether they work or are retired, does that mean that if they get fired, that they're no longer protected? That if you harm them, it's not a hate crime anymore? And you know what else is also interesting? The legislators down there didn't see fit to make politicians a protected class. The crimes against political office holders are far more significant than anything the police claim to have happened to them. And yet, these lawmakers decided to ignore the danger to themselves. Why shouldn't their profession be protected against hate crimes? If we're protecting professions now, if we're protecting people's jobs. These are just a few of the contradictions that go along with this kind of agitprop. This kind of law is the perfect example of a solution, quote unquote, desperately looking for a problem. And you won't be surprised to learn that many of the so-called legislators in Louisiana are themselves retired law enforcement, which of course makes them the most cowardly and corrupt individuals in the entire state. The entire idea behind asinine message legislation like this is to try to intimidate the public. That's what this is all about. It's about basically saying that anything that the police claim is a crime if they just say so. Anything at all. But of course, this law wasn't passed because there was any actual threat to the thugs in blue. It was passed in order to give a wink and a nod to the police's typical criminality. Now remember, this law was passed in May of 2016. And not surprisingly, only 2 months later, on July 5th, 2016, 2 white cops in Baton Rouge murdered Alton Sterling in cold blood. They murdered him in the very city where this law was passed. And just for the record, because I know we got some white supremacist trash who like to lurk in the comment section, the shooting of those 4 cops in Baton Rouge, that occurred on July 17th of 2016. It was done in response to the murder of Alton Sterling. So the police weren't being attacked by anyone in May of 2016, and yet they passed this law anyway, when there was no basis for it. This so-called law was passed by a bunch of reprobate politicians in order to make racist cops feel emboldened to kill unarmed black people in cold blood. That was what brought about the alleged incident in July of that year. There hadn't been a problem until the police made a problem. Police are their own worst enemies. To say anything else is a pathetic deflection. When they take responsibility for the racists in their midst and stop breaking the law by attacking and killing black citizens, then the outrage against them will cease. But of course, this is not about whether or not there's public outrage. This is about white supremacist control. Why am I bringing all this up now? Because last month there was an incident in Louisiana where a man was accused of intentionally ramming a Baton Rouge police officer with his vehicle. And that man is now facing a hate crime charge. 41-year-old Gad Black of Baton Rouge has been arrested on a charge of first-degree murder. He's also been booked on additional counts of resisting an officer and hate crimes against law enforcement, the fictional category. Oh, and the individual who Mr. Black is accused of having hit with his vehicle, he's still in the hospital, but reports are that he's showing signs of improvement. So what that means is he's on the way to getting out of there. Of course, the white media is doing their part, trying to influence public opinion against Mr. Black. They're putting out stories claiming that minutes after the crash, someone using the name Gad Black posted on social media, "Rodney Hinton, I'm right there with ya homie." Now that sounds like the kind of crap that white FBI agents would write during COINTELPRO back in the 60s and 70s. This is the kind of stuff you expect from feds who are not black, but still the white media saying, well, this is Mr. Gad Black who posted this. And just for the record, Rodney Hinton, of course, is the aggrieved father in Ohio who gained national attention when his 18-year-old son was gunned down by police. And the next day, Mr. Hinton, after seeing the video of his child being killed, he himself was then accused of having struck a sheriff's deputy with his car. Now, there is a similarity between this case and the case of Mr. Hinton, but it's not anything that the white media is speaking about. According to records by the police, they say that Mr. Black's girlfriend, Asia Raby, called police to report the crash, saying, "I think a police officer just got hit or killed." Raby made statements that the driver might have been suffering a mental breakdown. And what was the response of the police to Miss Raby trying to be Miss Concerned Citizen? They arrested her too and put some charges on her as well. That's how they repaid her for her trying to help them. There's a lesson in that for black folks. Now, see, the thing here is, if they're going to be putting out reports saying that his girlfriend was saying that I think someone got hit or killed, obviously that would indicate that even if Mr. Black did hit that cop with his car, it clearly wasn't deliberate. Otherwise, his girlfriend wouldn't have been calling up and saying anything about it. They would have been keeping it quiet. And on top of that, she's saying that he suffered a mental breakdown. Now, we don't know exactly what happened. The white media is jumping to conclusions. The police are putting out stories. And as we saw with George Floyd, Tamir Rice, Walter Scott, and countless other cases, the police always claim that a black person attacked them. And then we get cell phone videos showing exactly the opposite of what they said. But even if it is what they say, which it most likely isn't, this is still a case of diminished capacity. This is a mental health crisis, just like Rodney Henton. It's a mental health tragedy, but not a crime. According to the white media, the family of the accused reportedly issued a statement that the white media is characterizing as an apology. Well, that alone should be good enough for anyone. From the police and the white media's own accounting, even if he did hit this cop with his car, it was not intentional. And for the sake of argument, even if they can say that it was intentional, well, the man was clearly suffering a mental health breakdown. That's what this was about. And if Mr. Black was Mr. White, then the only thing the white media would be saying is that he had mental health issues, that this is a man who had a long-standing track record of mental illness. They would be having all sorts of experts saying, well, what could have been going through his mind? Clearly, he wasn't thinking straight, etc., etc. And they'd be having all of his family, friends, co-workers, anybody they bumped into saying what a good guy he is. They wouldn't be trying to demonize him. They would be busy doing what they always do with non-black offenders, which is humanize them. Tell everybody how human he is. Go ahead and tell him about his trials and tribulations and how whatever he's accused of clearly couldn't have been his fault. But the real crime here happens to be that Louisiana legislation. That law is not about public safety, obviously, because the police are not members of the public. This is a political piece of message legislation by corrupt politicians trying to protect violent criminals.
Yeah, I think we kind of get the gist there. You know, it's kind of funny. I've been watching Be Brave and Pony Boy in the chat. I suspect that they actually don't listen to what these videos say or, you know, get any idea of what the videos are about. They just hear something, you know, they just know, hey, I haven't liked this guy in the past, or, you know, this woman, this is a black woman. It's almost like, you know, sharks swimming in the water. They just eat. I don't even know that sharks taste what they eat. They just fucking move forward and eat. So, must be sad to live that kind of life. So next is another video. This is from a day ago. We want to see what BGS has to say about the big, beautiful bill. And I don't know. Well, I'm not going to take bets.
But first, I want to talk a bit about what's going on with this big, beautiful bill. You know, it's forthcoming very soon here. The Senate now is acting upon the House version of this bill. It's going to be a massive tax cut and not quite as massive, but very large cut to social program spending, not to military spending. You know, they're just moving that money around into new areas and increasing it, by the way, defense, Pentagon, etc. But they are cutting Medicaid and education and some of the other bills in order to pay for more tax cuts here. And almost all the tax cuts are for businesses. Think of Trump's 2017-18 tax cut, which was $4.5 trillion over a decade. Think of that as the big tax cut for corporate businesses. And that was made permanent immediately. That was $4.5 trillion, maybe $2 trillion plus of that was corporate tax cuts, and that was made permanent. In other words, didn't expire after 5 years. There were other areas of that 2017 bill which were supposed to expire after 5 years, which is now 25, right? And that's what's being discussed and made permanent, as well as increased. Think of the current tax bill as benefiting mostly rich individuals, individual tax, income tax, and small businesses, and those proprietorships, partnerships, so forth, that didn't get as big a cut as the corporations did in 2017. And now they're getting their big cut. This is like a second big bite at the apple for the capitalists. Now the small capitalists get the benefit, and the big capitalists get to keep what they already got some time ago. And then there's another element of tax cut proposals that Trump promised during the election, targeting the working class, to try to more solidify his new movement, his new coalition, you might say. And that's, of course, the overtime pay, the no tips, Social Security, and SALT, state and local tax increase. And then there's miscellaneous tax cuts. Well, anyway, if you look at that bill, the total tax cuts, including those that are already made permanent for corporations, for the next 10 years, will amount to somewhere between $5 and $7 trillion. Okay, listen closely, $5 to $7 trillion. Just add them up. The media is, of course, not talking about that and throwing that term out, but it's $5 to $7 trillion. Now, as in 2017-18, there's claims by Trump administration, this is going to boost GDP and growth, which will bring in more taxes, right? GDP growth brings in more tax revenue. Well, back in the 2017, the $4.5 trillion tax cut was supposed to be reduced to $1.5 trillion because of this 3.5% GDP growth for 10 years in a row. Of course, that didn't happen. We had the 2021 crash, COVID, and then we've got this very tepid, pathetic GDP growth. After $10 trillion of fiscal monetary stimulus in 20 and 21, we got a 2.5% GDP, which is about the average historical 2.5%. After 10 trillion stimulus.
He makes an interesting point here. These Republicans in particular keep making the same promises over and over and over. And, they repackage essentially supply side economics. Hey, if we cut taxes, it's going to spur growth because GDP is going to grow. And you know what? People keep buying that shit. Generally, Ryan, you can tell me if this is still the case, but it used to be that like a normal business cycle, which is a problem in and of itself. It's one of the flaws of capitalism that you even have business cycles, but the business cycle tends to be every 7 years or so. What makes Trump think that this GDP growth is going to happen at all? We're already at 2025. If the business cycle is to be trusted, there's nothing saying that we're going to, not be interrupted by a recession over the next 2 to 3 years. And maybe, Ryan, you can help me out. We literally have never had supply side economics work out. So I just do not understand why people are even buying this Trump big beautiful bill stuff. It's pie in the sky as far as I'm concerned, at least if you're depending on GDP growth. And, I'm not one usually to really worry about the deficit so much, but so many people are worrying about it now. And, if you haven't noticed, Elon Musk has literally just launched a party with the deficit, the budget deficit as kind of the centerpiece issue. Now, I don't think Elon Musk is going to be able to do much with it, but I think he is going to be able to keep it out front and center. And I think
Okay, that means it's just
at some point, if it pans out, the Trump administration is going to have to deal or at least address the deficit, even if it's just cursory.
some policies aren't working very well. You're throwing more and more money at and getting less and less for GDP growth. Well, you got to keep that in mind with the claims today that, this BBB, beautiful bill, tax cuts, 5 to 7 trillion in tax cuts, is really going to boost GDP so much that we're going to end up with no net deficit and no debt increase. Annual deficits now running at $2 trillion. 6 months ago, the estimate for this fiscal year was 1.8 trillion. Now it's 2 trillion 6 months later. So they aren't having any effect on the deficit, and therefore the deficit becomes cumulative, becomes added to the national debt, right? That has to be interest payments and so forth. It's a big farce. The media is lying like hell, as they did in 2017-18 as to what is involved in this bill and what the impact is going to be. It's going to be more of the same, you see. More of the same in the sense that more deficits than ever before and more cumulative national debt and more payment to rich bondholders, domestic and foreign. Look, let's repeat again. What was the national debt back in 2000? $5.5 trillion. What was it when George W. Bush left office? $10 trillion. What was it when Obama left office? About $19 trillion. What was it when first Trump regime left office in 2020? It was another 7.2 trillion, 7.6 trillion, I think, on top of the 19-20 trillion. What was it when Biden left office? Another 7 trillion. Trump added 7 trillion to the national debt in his first term, and Biden added 7.5 trillion. It's not changing, and it's not going to change with this bill either. Now, the Congressional Budget Office comes out and says, this bill, Trump's BBB here, this bill is only going to add $2.7 trillion to the national debt over 10 years. Yeah, Trump says it won't add anything. Okay, the CBO, Congressional Budget Office, the research arm of Congress, says only 2.7 trillion. Bullshit. Why then, if it's only 2.7 trillion?
Yeah, this is a little bit more need. Somehow or another, this winds up being not deep, but too detailed at the same time. Not sure how you do that. So I am going to move on. Nothing that I don't already know. So let's watch this. This is from yesterday, Brooklyn St. Michael, which I'm coming to appreciate at least a bit.
In Chicago, interracial couples were already a no-go. But what happened once the couple had a child? Did it grow up black, white, somewhere in the middle, or neither? Did it grow up confused, or did it find a way to fit in? That's what we're going to find out today as we continue our studies from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Prudence. The child of an intermarried couple is usually not accepted by the white community unless he passes. Passes means he looked like he could be of complete European descent. The white community usually did not accept the children of these couples unless it looked like them, and that's for status reasons. In the Negro community, on the other hand, while there is some stigma attached to having a white parent, it is not very strong, and they will accept the child for the most part. The way the white Americans designed that worldview was to basically make the white group the pure group. And they would cast anyone with any traces of African ancestry to what they named the black group, which in that ideology was basically the underclass of society. And because of this, Negroes over time became more tolerant of accepting people of different shades into the group, because it was basically by force. Some of the most popular leading young matrons of a generation ago in the Negro community were children of interracial marriages. Often the community completely forgets the interracial background. Some children of intermarried couples are even slightly boastful of the fact. Any stigma arising from white ancestry which may exist among Negroes can extend only one generation back. No light-complexioned Negro can trace his ancestry far without running into white blood. The product of an interracial marriage is always in the position to insinuate that at least his white blood was acquired legally, because essentially all who identified as Negro in America had some blood from whites. That's one of the factors that made them different from authentic Africans. They were not only culturally different, but they were also genetically different. Now, if you come from the black lineage and you take a DNA test, then you might be surprised to find out that your ancestors were both the enslaved and the enslaver, the oppressed and the oppressor. And without that commingling, you wouldn't be here. It's a very hard and touchy truth, but I believe that you, the viewers, are able to handle it. Now, the way this commingling of ancestry occurred was largely by the white man forcing himself on the Negro woman. Not in all instances, but the majority of them. So what the light-complexioned Negro could say is that, unlike most of the other Negroes, at least his white ancestry came through consenting people, not force. The usual light color of the offspring of an intermarried couple actually places the child among the preferred physical group in the Negro community, because Negroes were conditioned to view lighter skin as more prestigious. That's the product of being sucked into the racial worldview. It places a premium on light skin and hyper obsesses over complexion to keep that at the center of people's attention, generation after generation. That's the game. And if you have rich brown skin and you keep playing that game, then guess what? You lose. There are instances, however, in which parents have worried about the possible color of the children. One woman said,
"The thing that worries me is that the baby is so white. I'm afraid it will not get brown."
Why not black? Because that wasn't the color of Negroes, and she knew it.
"Do you think it will?" "The doctor said it would be the color of its ears." "If that's true, he will be white, and his hair is very light."
Now, she was incorrect about it being white, because that's not what the color was. But the word white is used to reference the skin color of those with European ancestry, which is more like a pinkish orange in a lot of circumstances. But it also varies, and it's kind of difficult to describe when I really look at it. The word traditionally used to describe it in the 1900s was flesh color. But I don't use that word because it has a negative tone to it. We're not trying to be condescending to people, right? Like when we think of deeds of the flesh, it's in that realm. So we...
Is anyone here old enough besides Be Brave to remember in the Crayola crayon box, like that big 64 or 128? I can't remember. It was the big one. They would have a crayon that was flesh, either flesh colored or flesh tone. And eventually they got rid of it, I think, or stopped calling it flesh tone. But I haven't heard that term, such an old-fashioned term. It's been a while since I've heard it.
Need another word to describe it because it isn't as clear and as obvious as the brown colored people on the planet. So you got to help me out here.
My husband is a rich, brown-skinned man.
Not black. So she knows this color at the least. Brown has many shades to it, but it's easier to identify. Now, she said originally dark brown, but as you know, we don't use dark to describe people's skin color anymore because it triggers associated ideas hidden in the back of people's minds that are also linked to the word dark, like dark times. The relatives of this word are things like sinister, gloomy, bad, and wicked, which dark is used as a word to express those. So those concepts are floating in the back of your mind. And when you describe yourself as having dark skin, the skin color becomes related to those other ideas. That's what contributes to self-hate and a person not even knowing why they hate it. They don't even know why they hate the skin color. They just know they do. You got all those ideas back there,
theories.
all linked together. And it's influencing how people see themselves.
He says the baby looks like me and took everything from me. I'm worried too, on the other hand, that if the baby grows rich, he may resent the Negro blood.
This lady is concerned about her child having identity issues. It's not that she doesn't like the very light skin color, but she wants the baby to have enough brown pigment to be more easily accepted into the black community. But she doesn't want it to have too much because it might get mad if it does.
The social worker told me that. I don't care. He's my baby, and I love him, and I'll never let no one take him from me.
The presence of a child in an intermarriage does, however, create a number of problems. One of these is the attitude of the parents and relatives of the white partner. To them,
Yeah, it's probably be brave whites, who just can't accept that their daughter might prefer the superior black man.
the Negro spouse is a difficult enough problem to adjust to, but still is not a blood relative. The child of the intermarriage, however, is a blood relative and must be either accepted or rejected. This can be a real emotional crisis. Some couples reported that they had not informed white relatives of the existence of children for this reason. A woman who had recently had a child by her Negro husband was asked if she were going to tell her family.
Maybe someday.
She replied,
But I am not in a hurry.
This fear on the part of the white spouse is usually well-founded, for it is seldom that the relatives, even though somewhat tolerant of the intermarriage, will welcome the natural products of it. And I will add that from my knowledge, this is still a widespread issue today. Much less than it was back then, but it's still very real in people's experience today. The white wife of a Negro commented,
One of my sisters visited me one day, and she knew that Joe Jr. was my child, but she just couldn't kiss him.
That was wild, wasn't it? In another case, the Negro husband had died, leaving his wife with a number of children. It was necessary for her to return to her father's home. Although he accepted her, he had reservations about the children.
My dad's crazy about my children since we've been living here at home with him. Of course, whenever he gets drunk, he argues with me about having married a colored man. He doesn't like for me to have anything to do with colored people now. I tell him he married who he wanted, and I married who I wanted. He objects mildly to my naming my son after my husband, but he's pretty good most of the time. You know, so far as you would expect a white father to be after his daughter had married a colored man.
He did the best he could. I know it must have been very difficult to grapple with that white consciousness. Most interracial couples realize that their children will be classified as Negroes and must adjust to life in the Negro world. Who started this classification trend? It was the colonizers. They made the rules on who would be classified as Negroes. Negroes themselves didn't have any vote as to who would be allowed in their own group, or the name of that group. The colonizers controlled that. And they changed it multiple times whenever they wanted to make it fit in their best interest. Then later, the white Americans came along and they changed it. And as a matter of fact, there's a book that's called Classified by Professor David Bernstein. And in that book, he shows how in the early 1900s, what classified a Negro varied from state to state. So for instance, in a state like Texas, a person may be classified as Negro legally if they had at least one grandparent who was known as a Negro. But in the same year in another state, it would have been someone who could trace Negro lineage back 8 generations. And if you found a Negro back that far, you're a Negro. You see? This was how they controlled the narrative and created identities for people, with Negroes being moved around like pieces on a chessboard, forced to go along with whatever they said without any say-so in the matter whatsoever. Right? And that should make any free person feel some type of way. Right? I'm not going for that. No can do. I'm not going with that. Heck no. One white mother not only accepted this fact, but claimed to be proud that her children would have nothing to do with white people.
One of my boys can pass for white, but he prefers colored. My boys wouldn't marry a white woman. They all married colored. No, they never went out with white girls.
Another white mother did all that she could to strengthen her son's position in the Negro world.
My boy is recognized and belongs to all the best colored societies and organizations. He is a member of a tennis club composed of...
Hey, Mike, it seems to me if the video or the person isn't praising white people to high heaven, it's anti-white. Am I getting that right? If we're not saying how great white people are, then it's anti-white. Help me out there. Surely you don't mean that.
Lawyers, doctors, and such men. It costs us a lot to keep him in these organizations, but we want him to be in with the best people.
A third white woman, however, could not quite see how her children would be able to adjust to either the white or Negro community.
I thought so.
She observed,
I hope by the time they are grown up, America will not be so prejudiced. I think in 10 years, this country will be something like Russia.
Usually if the child of an intermarried couple tries, either owing to encouragement from the white parent or on his own volition, to associate with white people, he encounters many difficulties. This, of course, is true only where the family cannot or does not pass for white. The story of 2 very light-skinned girls who attended mixed high schools reveals the special problems of such children. A neighbor of one of the girls related one incident.
Her mother was very kind to her, and they were a high type of family. But in some ways, the mother was brutal too, because she didn't have any real insight into the situation. The girl didn't want to go to school and said that the other kids were mean to her. When the mother left the room, I had a chance to talk to the girl alone. She said that she was neither white nor black, and got to crying. She tried to make friends with white children at school and succeeded very well. When she was alone with them after school and wasn't afraid they would discover about her home, she was much happier. She was 15 years old and very well developed. The white boys liked her and she went out with them quite a bit, but she had difficulties because, as she said, they fell in love with her and after a while she'd tell them she was a Negro. She was going to run away as soon as she finished high school. There had been occasions when she stayed away from home for a weekend. She said she was just staying at the home of white girls, and I think she really was. She was planning to get a job as soon as she could when she ran away. I couldn't talk her out of it, but I didn't really try, because that would probably be the best adjustment for her.
In this instance, the white mother encouraged her daughter to be white, and apparently the girl intended to be, by leaving her family and passing permanently into the white group. That's what that identity crisis will do to people, especially in this situation where the person is very confused. But she did eventually make up her mind and fully assimilate into whiteness. In the other case, the girl identified closely with her colored mother, but could not work out an adjustment in a mixed high school where she was thrown into contact with both white and Negro students. She said,
I live in a colored neighborhood. And I feel closer to the colored teachers because of the fact that my mother has colored blood. I would prefer associating with whites, but I have found that it is difficult to do so. They are all right until they find out that I am colored, and then they show prejudice. It is very hard to be friendly with whites and not be invited to their homes. Of course, I could never invite them to my house. The colored students accept me until I act as if I am interested in becoming friendly with a white girl. Then they act funny with me. I guess that I feel that I am colored, but when I tell white people that I am, they don't believe me. I think that I have an advantage that most people don't have in being able to associate freely with both races. There are some colored that are just like white, but there are some that are lowering their race. I don't tell the white students that I'm colored, but some colored students here know I am because I live around them, and they make it their business to tell the others. Some of the colored students have a funny attitude toward me when I am with whites, and I guess they think I feel myself superior to them.
Do you see the associated idea? White and what? Superior. Those are the seeds growing in the garden of people's minds. And much of the time, people don't consciously realize it. Most children of this type usually solve their problem ultimately by passing over into the white group. Some leave their parents while they are very young, others wait until their education is completed, or even until their parents die. With no strong family ties, and with few roots in the Negro community, passing is the logical way out of a difficult situation for the very light children of a mixed marriage. If the child of an interracial marriage wishes to be white but cannot pass, he may suffer severe maladjustment. He does not feel at home with either group and often considers himself neither Negro nor white. Robert, the 16-year-old son of a white woman and a Negro man, represents a case of this type. He is light brown in color with black, very wavy hair and regular features. What are regular features? It's pretty vague, but being in the time period they're in, I assume they're implying closer to white features. So we might have to keep an eye out on the authors for writing this. He is just too rich to be able to pass under ordinary circumstances. Listen closely. When questioned about whom he associated with, he answered,
I don't go out with any colored people at all. Around here, they don't like me so much. But I get along all right. Once in a while, I have an argument, and then they say, you think you're smart because you're half white.
Did you catch it? You think you're smart because you're half white. Linking what ideas together? Smart and white. Come on with it.
I play ball with colored, but I never pal around with colored fellows.
Asked what race he thought he belonged to, he replied,
I never thought of it.
Keep this reply in mind. I never thought of it.
I like to get along with one as well as the other, but that is kind of hard to do. Colored people don't like people who are mixed, but that's just the lower class of colored people. I know a lot who are educated, and they are not like that.
To the direct question, do you consider yourself colored? Robert answered in the negative. Now, he just said he never thought of it. But when asked if he's a colored person, he said no. So that means he must have thought of it to come to that conclusion. Now, the reason he was asked this question is because he was ducking and dodging on the first question about what race he belonged to. He tried to act like it was a small thing and it didn't matter that much. So they rephrased it on his behind to see how he would respond. And he said no, he was not colored. In explaining the fact that he attended a certain white Catholic school, however, he remarked,
They don't allow colored in that school. But, you see, the nuns there knew my mother.
Now he slipped up by indirectly referring to himself as colored. They didn't allow colored in that school, but the nuns knew his mother. But just prior to this, he said that he wasn't colored. And prior to that, he said that he never thought about it. So he was very confused about his identity, and he had not been able to clearly come to terms with how to deal with it. This is what the authors meant by they suffer maladjustments if the child wished to be white but cannot pass, and also doesn't feel at home with either white or black group. Robert also maintained that he had never gone out with a colored girl, but that he went with lots of white girls and was going to marry one, that he would not consider marrying a Negro.
I think intermarriage is all right if they can get along together. But to tell you the truth, I don't like to see it very much. It's all right with me. I don't care about it. But I don't like to see it. No, I can't give you any reason for not liking intermarriage. I just don't like it. That's all.
So Robert was very wobbly in the mind. And I feel for him because this must have been a very lonely place to be in. Because as social creatures, humans desire to belong. And when that desire is not met, it oftentimes becomes very difficult for many people to go through life. So we're going to conclude right here. Now, in the next commentary, we're going to go more in depth into the world of white passing. And we're going to see what goes into the mind of some of these people and why they do it. Okay? So right now, I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael. And I'll see you in the free world.
There is something he said that caught my attention. It reminded me of a video I saw a couple weeks ago talking about racism in Russia. And he mentioned Russia. So let's have a look at her name is Elvira Bari, I think it is. She's actually Russian, born in Russia. Very interesting character.
I'm Elvira Bari. I grew up in Soviet Russia, and in today's video, I'll show you how racism takes shape in a country where over 100 ethnicities live, often blending together through generations of mixed marriages. Yet being white is still seen as the norm. Let's rewind. Strict internal movement controls, limited international trade in the Russian Empire, and later, the almost total isolation of the Soviet era meant that most Russians had never met a single foreigner. I was born and raised in the city of Gorky, now called Nizhny Novgorod, which was close to foreigners because of its many military factories. When I was growing up, I only saw people of other races on television. In the early 1980s, it was common to see African leaders or ambassadors appear on Soviet Central TV. They looked impressive in their bright traditional outfits, but they never said anything interesting. They just read scripted speeches about the unbreakable friendship between their nations and the Soviet people. We kids sat there politely, just waiting for the speech to end, because after that, it was movie time. We didn't even realize how wrapped our perception of black people was. To us Soviet children, they were cartoon characters, literally. I remember having a doll when I was about 6 or 7 and looked like this. I loved the doll. He was one of my favorites. But back then, none of us had the slightest idea that it was completely wrong to depict people this way. At the same time, Soviet propaganda never missed a chance to condemn the United States for racism and segregation. We were told that only in the Soviet Union could black people live as true equals. I still remember one story from my elementary school textbook about a girl named Nancy. She and her mother went to buy new shoes, but when she tried them on, they were too tight. The racist salesman said her mother had to buy them anyway, because no one would want shoes that a black girl had touched. Nancy started crying. Then a kind man in work clothes stepped in, bought the shoes, and everyone clapped. The end. Stories like that left no doubt. America was cruel and unjust. We read dozens of tales like this, and of course the authors had never been to America. They just wrote what the government wanted to be written. This is a first, for me and for this channel. Until now, I've never taken on sponsors. But when Private Internet Access VPN reached out, I said yes, and here's why. Browsing without a VPN is like whispering state secrets in a crowded cafe. You think no one's listening? They are. I talk a lot about censorship and fear in Russia, but you don't need to live in a dictatorship to have your online life tracked, stored, or sold. Your data is exposed on public Wi-Fi, on your phone, even at home. Private internet access hides your IP and encrypts your traffic. It shields your digital life on every device you own. Think you've got nothing to hide? That's exactly what they are counting on. And here's something I genuinely love. PIE lets you access region-locked content in 91 countries. As a huge fan of British nature documentaries, I can finally watch titles like Earth and Big Cats, which aren't even available in the US. By simply switching my location to
Let
the
me
United Kingdom,
forward this
50% off by
past
just
this commercial.
$2.03 a month, it's risk-free action. Now back to the video. It wasn't until the early 1990s that I saw a person of a different race for the very first time. I was riding a tram, and a group of Indian students got on, probably there to study medicine at one of our local universities. The entire tram went silent. People just stared. We were stunned. Years later, my husband and I traveled to China, and the moment we stepped onto the street in a small non-touristy town, the entire crowd turned to stare at us. I think I finally understood how those Indian students must have felt. It's the kind of moment you never forget. Instead of traditional racism, Russia developed something else: xenophobia. It targeted groups that stood out ethnically or culturally. Roma people, Jews, people from the Caucasus, or later migrants from Central Asia. I have a separate video about that. Check it out if you're curious. The links are in the description. Both the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union claimed to be families of nations. Under that source, different ethnic groups were expected to be grateful subjects of the Russian crown. Under the Soviets, the ideology shifted to internationalism. In theory, race didn't matter. Only your loyalty to the working class did. In practice, Russia's history is full of strange and telling stories about race and racism. And that's exactly what we'll explore next. But sometimes the story takes a strange turn. In the Russian Empire, black people were so rare that they were seen less as individuals and more as living curiosities, symbols of wealth, power, and cosmopolitan flair. Having a black servant or attendant in your household wasn't just a status symbol. It was a statement. Look how far my reach extends. Look what I can afford. This bizarre fashion reached its height in the 18th century. But one man's story would turn this odd custom into something far more meaningful. His name was Abram Petrovich Gannibal. According to legend, he was born around 1696, probably in what is now Cameroon. As a young boy, he was taken, likely kidnapped, and ended up in Constantinople, where he was presented as a gift to Peter the Great. But Peter, known for his fascination with the West and love of education, saw something in the boy. Instead of treating him like a novelty, he adopted him into the royal court and sent him to France to be educated. Gannibal studied military engineering and mathematics, spoke several languages fluently, and eventually rose to the rank of general in the Russian army. By the end of his life, he was a respected nobleman with an estate of his own, commanding both soldiers and scholars. But what truly immortalized Gannibal was not his military rank, it was his bloodline. His great-grandson was none other than Alexander Pushkin, the father of modern Russian literature. Pushkin was proud of his African roots, even though he inherited just a trace of that ancestry. While many nobles tried to hide anything that could be seen as non-Russian, Pushkin leaned into it. He boasted about his lineage in letters, joked about it in poetry, and most importantly, explored it in one of his earliest literary works, The Moor of Peter the Great. In this unfinished historical novel, Pushkin set out to tell his great-grandfather's story, not just as a chronicle of a man's rise through society, but as a deeper reflection on race, identity, and the human cost of being the other in a world obsessed with appearances. The book was not just groundbreaking for Russia, it was virtually unheard of in all of European literature at the time. A black protagonist in the 1820s, written by a biracial author in the courtly language of Imperial Russia. That wasn't just art. That was a quiet revolution. And then came the fear of Asia, not just of difference, but of being overtaken. By the late 19th century, racist theories from Western Europe were spreading through Russia like wildfire. Newspapers and intellectual circles eagerly consumed British, French, and German texts warning of the so-called Yellow Peril, a fear that Asia's population would one day overwhelm and dominate the West. Russia, despite being partly an Asian empire itself, absorbed this paranoia with enthusiasm. Asian people were certainly present in the Russian Empire, but mostly on its distant frontiers. They were treated like younger brothers, expected to stay on their own land and follow Moscow's orders. The average Russian peasant or city dweller had no interaction with Asians unless they were soldiers stationed in the Far East or merchants trading in border towns. This detachment bred myths and stereotypes. The few things people did know about China came through stories about food binding and gruesome executions. Caricatures depicted Chinese people with grotesque features as mysterious and menacing. But in reality, China was simply the faraway land that sent silk, tea, and porcelain. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire had taken a massive bite out of China. After the Opium Wars weakened the Qing dynasty, Russia quietly annexed vast territories in the Far East, what is now the southeastern part of the Russian Federation. Cities like Vladivostok and Khabarovsk were founded officially in the 19th century, but people had lived on that land for centuries. The Chinese were pushed out, the towns renamed, and the conquest quietly rewritten in history books as progress. Then Russia went to war with Japan, confident it would be a short and glorious victory. After all, Russians believed they were the superior race. Surely the Japanese couldn't match European strength. They were wrong. The Russo-Japanese War ended in humiliation. Japan's modern military crushed the Russians at sea and on land. It was a shock, not just to the Russian army, but to the national psyche. How could a lesser race defeat them? After the Bolshevik Revolution, tens of thousands of White Army refugees fled to China. Cities like Harbin and Shanghai became hubs for Russian exiles, and for the first time in history, the whites found themselves beneath Asians on the social ladder. It was a jarring reversal. The so-called superior race was now living in poverty and dependency under foreign authority. These exiles had no choice but to adapt, rebuild, and reinvent themselves in an unfamiliar world. If you want to know what that felt like, I tell the story in detail in my novel The White Ghost's Empire. At the heart of Bolshevik ideology was a grand idealistic dream: the unification of workers and peasants around the world in a single international movement, regardless of race, nationality, or religion. In the early 20th century, this idea was radically attractive. Back then, only communists were seriously talking about the equal dignity of all people, regardless of race. The West was still deeply mired in colonialism, segregation, and white supremacy. So, yes, On paper, the Soviet Union stood for racial equality, but in practice, not quite. Moscow never intended to be an equal partner to the world's oppressed. The Bolsheviks saw themselves as the masterminds of the global revolution. The plan wasn't to build a flat system of international comradeship. It was to export the Russian version of communism everywhere and then tell everyone else what to do. From the Kremlin's point of view, people in Asia, Africa, and Latin America would gratefully break free from their capitalist overlords and promptly fall in line behind Soviet leadership. One of the earliest targets for this dream was China. By the 1920s, China had already become a key hub in global trade. The Soviets believed that if they could trigger socialist revolution there, it would strike a devastating blow on international capitalism. This spared no expense. Moscow sent a seasoned revolutionary, Mikhail Borodin, to help organize the Chinese communists. But progress was slow. Western colonial powers and local opium tycoons had more money and influence than the Soviets could match. And crucially, the Chinese communists didn't want to be controlled from Moscow. All of this is described in my novel, The White Ghost Empire. The Soviets poured money and training into dozens of revolutionary movements across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. They recruited promising young revolutionaries from all over the world, brought them to Moscow, and trained them to lead. These foreign students were treated with curiosity and politeness, but kept at arm's length. They lived in special dorms, and only selected Soviet citizens were allowed to interact with them. In theory, the USSR was investing in a new global elite, one that would be loyal to socialist ideals. In reality, many of these movements simply replaced old regimes with new dictatorships. The Soviet-funded revolutions often ended in authoritarian rule, not freedom. Every so often, the Iron Curtain lifted, just a little. It usually happened during major international events like wars, world festivals, or global sports competitions. And 9 months later, dozens of babies of mixed race began appearing. These children were born into Russian families, carried Russian names and patronymics, but their faces sometimes told a different story. They stood out, and while life for them wasn't always easy, the reaction they got was often more curious than cruel. Take Anatoly Bavykin, for example, one of the few mixed-race children in the Soviet Union who briefly stepped into the spotlight. He was the son of a Russian mother and an American sailor who had arrived in Arkhangelsk as part of the military convoys delivering war supplies during World War II. After a short-lived romance, the sailor vanished and was never heard from again. But the woman gave birth to a boy who looked unmistakably like his father. As a teenager, Anatoly was cast in the 1950s Soviet adventure film Maximka, playing a young African boy rescued by Russian sailors from a sinking slave ship. The film was a huge success, especially among children, and like many films of that era, carried a strong anti-American message. There were also rare and remarkable cases of young black men from the United States, brilliant, highly educated, who left behind the racism of Jim Crow America and chose to stay in the Soviet Union, where they had more opportunities than they ever would have at home. The USSR, hungry for symbols of global equality, sometimes celebrated these men as proof of its moral superiority over the West. Moscow also became a refuge for exiled revolutionaries and fallen dictators from around the world. They were granted political asylum, learned Russian, and quietly settled into Soviet life. In the 1990s, as Russia opened up to the world, something darker also emerged: a spike in racist violence. Neo-Nazi skinheads roamed the streets, proudly flashing swastikas and picking fights outside the dorms where foreign students lived. Sometimes these encounters turned deadly. But even then, this aggression wasn't widespread. just loud, visible, and terrifying for those targeted. More common than violence was something else: invasive curiosity. If you were a person of color and found yourself in rural Russia, where many people had never seen anyone who did not look like them, you could expect stares, whispers, and even people asking to touch your hair or skin just to see what it feels like. Black women in Russia often report being fetishized, hit on not as people, but as something new to try. Some men treat them like novelties rather than human beings. My Russian friend once told me how an old woman shook her head in disapproval when she saw her holding hands with her Chinese husband on the Moscow metro. "Couldn't you find a Russian man?" the woman muttered. In many people's eyes, being non-white in Russia means starting with a handicap. You can make up for it, but only if you are wealthy or exceptionally successful. A Russian woman might stick with a drinking, unemployed Russian husband, but a foreigner of the different race? He'd better be rich and impressive, or he's seen as a burden and a mistake. One friend of mine from Southeast Asia, well educated, fluent in English, married a Russian woman and moved to Moscow just before the war. He planned to work in an international company, but when the war started, those companies left. Without fluent Russian, he couldn't find a job, and his wife kicked him out, not just because he was unemployed, but because he had become a shameful burden. Racial prejudice hasn't gone anywhere. Russians still largely identify as part of the white race. People still say things like, "you live like a white person," meaning comfortably, or joke, "work harder, the sun is still high," without a second thought. Movements like Black Lives Matter make little sense to most Russians. They see them as bizarre demands for apologies over slavery that ended 150 years ago. When Western police officers knelt to honor black victims, Russian media erupted in disbelief and mockery. And efforts to cast black actors in Western classics like The Little Mermaid or historical dramas only confuse people more. Without the social context, all they see are symbols that seem wrong. A major reason racism in Russia remains so entrenched is the legacy of the Iron Curtain. For decades, it blocked the flow of Western humanities and social thought. Most people in the former Soviet Union simply aren't aware of modern ideas about race, identity, or justice. Mentally, many are still stuck in the late 19th century, and the government does nothing to change that. After all, it shares the same outdated worldview. So things aren't as bad as they could be, but there's still a long, long way to go. If this video challenged what you thought you knew about Russia, share it. And if you want to go deeper, subscribe, join the think tank, or buy me a coffee below. This work only grows if you believe in it. Thank you for being here.
Okay, well, I just came across this opinion piece by Lawrence Summers, and this is like really strongly worded. If you know, Lawrence Summers was a president of Harvard at some point, and he was like one of the principal economics advisors to Bill Clinton. And he's still, yeah, he's a Treasury Secretary under Clinton, and he's considered one of the more reputable economists, at least of the left. So you all should hear this. This is like the strongest worded critique of the big beautiful bill that I've heard or read.
Lawrence Summers, this law made me ashamed of my country. This article is by Lawrence H. Summers and read by an automated voice. Last week, Robert Rubin and I warned of the many macroeconomic risks created by the domestic policy bill President Trump signed into law on Friday. I stand by our judgment that it will most likely slow growth, risk a financial crisis, exacerbate trade deficits, and undermine national security by exhausting the government's borrowing capacity. This is more than ample reason to regret its passage. I want to return to the topic after conversations with health professionals, including my daughters, who practice medicine and social work in rural New Hampshire. They made me realize that a focus on macroeconomics, while valid, misses the human brutality that I now see as the most problematic aspect of the legislation. I don't remember on any past 4th of July being so ashamed of an action my country had just taken. Over the holiday weekend, while the president was celebrating tax cuts that over 10 years will deliver an average of more than $1 million to families in the top 0.1% of the income distribution, medical professionals were considering questions like these. What should they say to seriously disabled patients who can live at home only because Medicaid pays for rides to their medical appointments, now that those people could lose that coverage? What should they recommend to the relatives caring for poor patients at home, who will no longer be able to work when payments for home health aides are no longer available? How should they advise the hospital to handle patients who can't afford rehab or nursing facilities and can't live at home, but who currently occupy rooms desperately needed by acutely ill patients? Should they still feel proud of and committed to the work of giving comfort to the lonely, poor, and elderly, when their country's leaders have decided that more money for the most fortunate is a higher priority? How can they face patients who will be evicted from the hospital with perhaps as little as a cab voucher when their stays end? After we talked about these questions, it occurred to me to think about precedents in American history, other moments when the social safety net was cut, to see what followed. Did the feared consequences materialize? Were errors corrected? I am plenty negative about this president and this moment. Even I was unpleasantly surprised by what I learned. This round of budget cuts in Medicaid far exceeds any other cut the United States has made in its social safety net. The approximately $1 trillion reduction over 10 years represents about 0.3% of gross domestic product. Previously, the most draconian cuts came with President Ronald Reagan's 1981 tax law. But they were far smaller. $12 billion over 10 years and 0.03% of GDP. The Trump law will remove more than 11 million people from the rolls, compared with about 3 million under the Reagan cuts. Other noteworthy reductions to the social safety net, such as the Clinton-era welfare reform, were even smaller. Because Medicaid is a state-level program and varies widely across the country, economists can evaluate the impact of alternative policies. A number of studies suggest that removing 1 million people from the rolls for 1 year could result in about 1,000 additional deaths. It follows that removing more than 11 million people for a decade would probably result in more than 100,000 deaths. Because this figure fails to take account of the degradation of service to those who remain eligible, fewer rides to the hospital, less social support, it could well be an underestimate. The administration claims its policies, such as adding work requirements for Medicaid eligibility, bear only on the able-bodied. I have supported the general idea of work requirements for cash welfare based on a common-sense idea of fairness. But a careful evaluation of an experiment in Arkansas confirms what common sense also suggests. Imposing work requirements on a population in need of health insurance does not increase work and does inhibit necessary care. The cruelty of these cuts is matched only by their stupidity. Medicaid beneficiaries will lose, but so will the rest of us. The cost of care that is no longer reimbursed by Medicaid will instead be borne by hospitals and passed on to paying patients, only at higher levels, because delayed treatment is more expensive. When rural hospitals close, everyone nearby loses. Hospitals like the one where my daughters practice can no longer accept emergencies by air because those beds are occupied by patients with chronic diseases and no place to go. Because of the congressional instinct for political survival, the Medicaid cuts are backloaded beyond the 2026 midterms. Cynicism may have a silver lining. As more people realize what is coming, there is time to alter these policies before grave damage is done. Taco, Trump always chickens out, is a doctrine that should apply well beyond financial markets. Lawrence H. Summers, a contributing opinion writer, is a former president of Harvard University, where he is currently a professor. He was Treasury Secretary under President Bill Clinton. Source images by Nada Travel and Thomas Solner / Getty Images.
All right. And let's see. This is another interesting video that I can't really classify, to be honest. This is called MAGA's Manufactured Outrage Over Superman, an Undocumented Immigrant Who Defeated a Billionaire. This is an odd critique. So let's see here.
Is the present age. It's at readtpa.com. And Parker's piece is they're literally angry at Superman for being nice. How James Gunn's comments about, quote, basic human kindness triggered a predictable right-wing media meltdown. You can't make this shit up, folks. And I'm so glad Parker wrote about it, because I just got tickets to go see Superman Friday night, IMAX. It's sold out on Thursday night. I'm bringing my kids, and my parents are visiting. I can't wait for it. We'll talk about Superman in a second. But Parker, thanks for joining at the last second. For those who don't know, because they're not masochists like you and me and swim in the friggin' recesses of the right-wing swamp and are normal humans, please explain this controversy.
No, thanks for having me also. So the controversy basically goes like this. James Gunn gave an interview where he described Superman as an immigrant story about basic human kindness, which is literally what Superman has always been about. Conservative media immediately branded the film super woke, with Fox News' Jesse Waters suggesting Superman's cape should read MS-13. They're essentially mad that Superman represents the exact values he's had since 1938.
Where he was, can you tell him who created Superman?
Yeah, he was created by the children of Jewish refugees, which is kind of very, very cool, very interesting, and has definitely shaped his story along the way.
Yeah, and also, Superman also fought fascists and Nazis, and then James Gunn doubled down, to his credit, on this narrative of not just Superman leading with kindness, but Superman being an immigrant, and then his brother Sean Gunn, a good guy. Can you tell us what Sean said, if you know?
Yeah, so Sean jumped in there. Let me pull up his exact quote. He said, "Superman is an immigrant. Yes, the people that we support in this country are immigrants, and if you don't like that, you're not American."
And they lost their mind.
Yeah, Sean Gunn is fantastic. I loved following him when I was on Twitter. He was always great. But yeah, I'm glad that he spoke up where maybe James had to kind of play nice.
And hey, Kamal Bell's there. Thanks, Kamal. I'd love to have you come on if you're watching in a couple of minutes as well, if you're up for it. But Parker, your piece was fantastic. It's very thorough. And the reason why, I always want an excuse to talk about Superman, but I think just lean back for a second. I think this is why it's so important. Don gave us a perfect segue, how some of these stories that we may laugh at, right? Some of these memes, some of these talking points, we'll say, oh, the right wing's so silly and dumb. But it becomes radicalized into conspiracy theories that then becomes very pivotal to political talking points that in part radicalize men in particular, but not exclusively, and then also radicalize individuals to commit violence. And furthermore, as Andrew Breitbart, who was the mentor to Steve Bannon, said, I think he was on point, politics is downstream from culture. So what right wing does very deliberately, which the left, or rather I should say Democrats, have forgotten about, is they take issues like Star Wars, there's a Black Jedi, or they take stuff like Black Little Mermaid, or a different colored M&Ms, and we might laugh about it, but they use it as part of their larger culture war strategy to go against the woke, transgender people of color, immigrants, and they use it to attack Democrats, which then leads to horrific policies where centrist Democrats throw our communities under the bus, sign up with them when it comes to the Laken Riley Act, sign up with them when it comes to going against transgender communities. And we sit there and go, how did this happen?
Yeah, I mean, this is, we're at this point where even suggesting people should be kind to each other is seen as a political attack. And I think the timing on this matters as well, with mass deportations happening, Gunn calling Superman an immigrant story kind of hits differently than if it just happened at a random time during Trump's first term, say. Which during Trump's first term, I believe that's when conservatives got James Gunn fired from Marvel, which kind of ended up with that's how he ended up directing the Superman movie. So look at that.
I'm so glad you brought that up because people forget, and I had already forgotten that because you and I actually had talked about that. How corporate institutions, and in that case it was Disney, bent the knee to a very deliberate, intentionally malicious, manufactured hit job on James Gunn for tweets from God knows when that he had apologized for. And then Disney, just like every establishment and institution that we've seen, folks, CBS, CNN, Fox, go down the list, bent the knee to this bad faith right-wing outrage machine and kicked out James Gunn. And that's why he went to DC.
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely. And, the sad thing about this is what it resulted in James Gunn posting on Twitter less and posting only professional updates and not offering his opinion on things, which those are the things that made Twitter cool back in the day, that you could see some celebrities' thoughts on politics or culture or what have you. But then with this, right-wing backlash, it just sort of got to the point where suddenly you have people like James Gunn who feel like they can't speak out on social media anymore, who can't voice their opinions on things, and end up just kind of keeping it to themselves, which, I mean, that's part of the goal in these sorts of outrage campaigns. It's to silence people. This is not about one movie. It's about how the right wing.
Yeah, actually, Bob, it is not surprising that things like this happen. People are much too tolerant of it's like bullshit with a little bow on it seems to be kind of tolerated. And Bob has never struck me as someone who really tolerates, he doesn't suffer fools gladly. In his job, you really can't. So it's no surprise. At least he didn't ban her. So I feel somewhat vindicated, to be honest.
Media machine manufactures controversies. They took Gunn's comments, stripped him of context, added inflammatory framing, and turned be nice to people into a culture war battle. The same playbook gets used over and over. We saw it with Barbie, we saw it with Disney, and we see it with Superman. And in some of those cases, in the case of Disney, for instance, conservative backlash to Disney and the very public fights that they would have with the state of Florida and stuff like that, has resulted in you can read story after story of Disney and going into its projects and taking out things that were meant to be representative of queer people and stuff like that.
Well, Elio, tell them about what happened to Elio.
Yeah, that was basically in that case. Pixar stepped in because they thought Disney was going to step in, and the whole thing turned into a complete mess. And they ended up stripping out queer context. They ended up it bounced around to different directors. It was a whole ordeal, and it was because they didn't want to come off as too woke. But I haven't seen that one yet, but from what I'm seeing from people, they're saying like it's Pixar, but it's missing something.
I thought with my kid, it's good, but it's missing a spark. And then when I went and read the Hollywood Reporter, I'm like, wow. The co-director was one of the co-directors of Coco, who is a Latino queer man. And there were like small, subtle things there that this kid, Elio, might actually be queer. And a lot of the animators said, oh, that's what gave it a spark. And they just completely removed it, gutted it to placate a right-wing base. They gutted Acolyte, the Star Wars show, right? They just complete Star Wars. I think the worst Star Wars movie was the last one, Rise of Skywalker, where they responded to the introduction of an Asian character. They completely neutralized John Boyega's character, gave fan service. So we see, folks, how if people like James Gunn, who is now the architect of the DC universe for Warner Brothers, has been silenced, and they're coming after Superman, Me, Parker, and Kamau, like, what hope do we have? Kamau probably, he's much more powerful than us. But what hope do you and me have, and people who are Muslim, brown, immigrants, transgender communities? It's about intimidation. But I ask you, like, if this is happening to Gunn and Disney doesn't have guns back.
Yeah. When that happened to him, yeah, they didn't have his back and they threw him under the bus. I think that it's scary because any of these campaigns could come out and target you or target me or target anyone and essentially crush them, and that's why I don't feel comfortable posting on Twitter anymore. It's not so much, oh, there are terrible things and I'm going to see opinions I disagree with, because of course I'm going to see opinions I disagree with. That's every day, that's everywhere. But the reason I don't post on Twitter anymore is because it's become this haven for harassers. You've got accounts like Libs of TikTok that basically go around looking for marginalized people they can pick on. And I don't want to spend I'm 39 years old. I don't need to spend my days, getting tagged in things and having to deal with things like it's grade school or high school.
Parker, you're a kid. You're only 39.
Only
look at
39.
Me, Kamau. I hope you don't mind. I added Kamau first time. Kamau joined us. Kamau, you wanted to get in here. Do you agree with us that we think Parker and me will be thrown under the bus? But you have powerful friends. You'll survive if they come after you.
That's why I live in Oakland, so I don't have to worry about them coming after me. They don't. I live in the.
Actually, I am fairly surprised at how people take these comic books and Star Wars and, all these movies so seriously. And to be honest, it's really like I would imagine, these people who take like black characters in a Star Wars film or, Superman being kind or, things like that. Why do people take comic books and these like sci-fi things so seriously? And I actually know why. I guess my question is, why do people not trash the people who take this sort of stuff seriously? It makes zero sense. Who gives a fuck about a comic book character? It's entertainment. It's not necessarily something so serious.
I live in the bubble. We built a bubble here in the Bay Area, so they don't come after me. I'm not
from
worried
the
about
East Bay. I'm from the East Bay, and I'm proud to say that I'm happily married for 13 years, but my lady friend before that took me to Kamau Bell End Racism. He had an End Racism segment in San Francisco. That's where I first saw Kamau before he became a big deal. So I'm from Fremont, and you're wise that living in Berkeley. But you jumped into this conversation that I was having with Parker about how the right wing weaponizes pop culture, and now they're attacking Superman, literally an undocumented immigrant, some would call an alien, who landed on Earth and decided to use his superpowers to literally help the marginalized and fight against Lex Luthor, a billionaire. And I'm sitting there thinking, Parker and Kamau, have you never read Superman? Like, how can you be pissed off about this? Kamau, your take. I yield the floor to you.
Well, first of all, I'm Parker. I'm sorry to interrupt. You're doing the Lord's work as always, and I'm a big fan. Why not? You're fine. But Parker, you're my hero, and I get in trouble for things I post. I'm like, but Parker said it. So like,
I said, see, no, it's just no one pays attention to me. That's how it works.
Well, I had somebody tell me something I posted. I was like, but I was posting anyway. So thank you for doing your work, and thank you for educating me and educating all of us. And I didn't know the Elio thing. I took my family to it, and we all walked out sort of like, huh, okay. Like there was something like that was not fair. And to find out that like, oh yeah, they cut something from it because it felt a little bit lifeless. And I like it, and my family's a big Pixar fan, but it didn't have the charm of like other Pixar films. So I'm glad to know that what that was. And it's funny because Pixar is based in Emeryville, which is in the blue bubble of the East Bay. So they have no reason or right to be making things less woke. You're in the woke district. You're in the woke bubble. So I think as far as Superman goes, I think this is just another idea of the right will turn anything into their enemy if they think it can be useful to them. because this is just a Superman movie, everybody. It is not more than that. It is a no offense to my Superman fans out there, but he sucks as a superhero.
Oh, whoa.
He sucks.
Whoa.
So I'm not saying, here's the thing. I'm a Christopher Reeve Superman guy. Like, that was my favorite Superman movie. I still love Christopher Reeve Superman. Henry Cavill came close, but the movie wasn't as great. But I think that, like, the right is showing you, they put their finger in the air and they feel like, which way is the wind blowing? And they felt like they could love a Superman movie. It's about a strong, powerful white guy who's in charge of everybody. You know, like, that could be your avatar, your hero. And Superman's never been about oppression or about he's actually, I compare Superman when I say to white people, use your white privilege, like Clark Kent turns into Superman. So, like, it's like the idea being that, like, but he's also just a superhero movie. It is not that serious. What is it? The DC is trying to sell lunchboxes and toys. It is not that serious, but the right will have us argue about things that are not that serious to distract us from things that are way more serious. And I think that that's the ultimate thing here. Every year we argue about what is it about Christmas is under attack. You know what I mean? Christmas has never been under attack.
No.
Every woke city has Christmas decorations. Every woke city has Christmas parades. But again, it's the right sort of like figuring out, how do we distract people from the fact that our message is bad and toxic?
Which on that point, that's a great point, because that's exactly what's happening. On that point, it is kind of interesting that a week after they passed their big, beautiful bill, they passed their budget, they need to have this distraction. There's this, right, because people don't like the bill. People are outraged about it. If this was something that they were really happy with and celebrating, there would be nonstop focus on that. They wouldn't have to be looking for comments about Superman to get upset about, and these things pop up all the time. When I was writing.
Yeah, I'm going to stop this right here. I think we've got the point. Superman is just basically another another way for the far right to just, I guess I don't even know what to say. Why people get so wrapped around the axle over comic book characters is beyond me. So this is going to be the last thing I look at today. This is basically Ken Burns being interviewed by the BBC. He's got a documentary on the American Revolution coming out in November. I was hoping it would be this month, but it's going to be a ways. So, the American Revolution, the 250th anniversary of America's founding is coming up next year. So I guess over the next year, you're going to see a lot of documentaries and a lot of stuff about American history. So let us have a look at this.
Documentarian, the filmmaker in me wants to make that the last question because it was such a perfect answer. However, I'm going to botch it.
Well, the editor,
and our wonderful editors can fix that.
Can cut it out entirely too.
Ken, your documentaries have won every award there is. I imagine Grammys, Peabodys, Emmys. You're working currently on this opus for the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution. You had success very young. Is it what you expected?
No, not at all. In fact, I thought that becoming a documentary filmmaker, I had grown up wanting to be a feature filmmaker, a Hollywood director, John Ford or Alfred Hitchcock or Howard Hawks. Those were my heroes growing up. And I think that I wanted to be Alfred Hitchcock. My mom was dying my entire life until she died when I was just short of my 12th birthday. And I remember a few months afterwards, my father was watching Sir Carol Reed's Odd Man Out about the Irish troubles in my teens and 20s, James Mason. And my dad started to cry. Never saw my dad cry. And I, at that moment, said, I want to be a filmmaker. And then going to college and sort of having my molecules rearranged at Hampshire College with teachers who were social documentary still photographers, that I thought that becoming a documentary filmmaker in American history was like taking an immediate vow of anonymity and poverty. And part of that was reinforced by my desire to move out of New York City to come up here to be able to figure out how to edit my first film. And it got nominated for an Academy Award, and people said, oh, you're going to move back to New York, you're going to LA. And I said, I'm staying here. And so I used to think moving up here was the best decision. It was actually staying here was the best decision, because there's a humility that comes from a small town like this. You cannot, and the weather, you cannot be anything but sort of humble.
So coming up here to New Hampshire gave you, for economic reasons at the time.
Yes.
You were young and poor and struggling.
Exactly.
Allowed you the freedom to do what you do, but it gave you something else as well, some kind of mental space to focus on the stories?
A kind of splendid isolation takes place. And
but in a way, you're telling stories of people, and perhaps you could argue the counter, which would be, wouldn't staying in Manhattan surrounded by people and stories have been also?
Well, you could ask him if you were around Leo Tolstoy, who writes novels filled with hundreds and hundreds of characters, that the requirement in order to summon them, in fiction in this case, not fact, requires a kind of removal to be able to do it. And so there's paradoxical. I'm close to New York City. I spend a lot of time there. I love the city. I was born in Brooklyn. I didn't grow up there, but it's part of my lifeblood. All of my daughters live there. So it's not an either or. And I think that's the problem. We have become so attached to facile and really non-existent binaries that everything is always argument. And in fact, the essence of a good story is the disarming of argument in favor of
that's actually
accepting the
similar
possibility
that's actually similar to a point I made. People just really don't understand that, a lot of times life is kind of situational, and right tool for the right job, the right, thinking for the right situation. Just taking this binary approach to life really is limiting.
Marcella said in my jazz film that sometimes a thing and the opposite of a thing could be true at the same time. Like, we understand that in our personal lives. We understand that in our intimate lives. We understand that in great stories. We just can't drag it into a kind of public sphere these days. It has to be an argument. It has to be either won or lost. Up or down, good or bad, gay or straight, young or male or female, all these things that we do, and they're non-existent. And what you forget is that the best stories are like a wheel in which you are aware of all the spokes, and that you can have, and things can coexist that are contradictory. And that's the essence, that it isn't agenda-based narrative. It's just the whole wild, unformed thing, which you have to figure out how to honor, because nature has never listened to Aristotle, has not read Poetics. And so you have to find a way that both respects the perfection of what takes place in all of human events and what goes on in the universe, and then how we humans tell the story. Honey, how was your day? Does not begin, I back slowly down the driveway, avoiding the garbage can at the curb. We edit human experience. And when it's big stuff of the kinds of themes that we try to tackle, you've got an obligation that you can't do it. Like, I could be anywhere else but PBS instantly. The Vietnam series, 10 episodes, 18 hours, cost $30 million. I could have walked in as I began that project to any premium cable station or any streaming service and said, I need $30 million, and they would have given it. What they wouldn't have given me are the 10 and a half years that I needed and knew I needed to do it. They'd want it in 2.5 years. And so what public broadcasting has done, what the splendid isolation of Walpole, New Hampshire has done, what the sort of band of brothers and sisters that have worked, some people have worked with me for 50 years or 40 years or 35 years or 25 years, is that we've been able to craft these things without this sort of buffeting that the industry always does, the compromises that always are forced on you. And so I have the great privilege of telling you that every one of the, whatever it is, 39 or 40 films are director's cuts.
It's been documentaries, and I was wondering how you choose your subjects. I know you have projects planned out many years in
Yes.
advance, but why, for example, jazz and baseball and not rock and roll and football?
You know, the glib response caddy is to say they choose me. And there's a degree of truth to that. A good story is a good story is a good story, and it will insinuate and insist. So your head might be filled with 40 or 50 topics, as my head is always filled up. But when one drops down to your heart and you realize that it's firing on all cylinders for lots of ways. So I'm in the middle of working on this Civil War series that came out in 1990. And I am realizing that this is the most important event in American history. Everything before it led up to it, everything since has been in many ways a consequence of it. And when that was over, it was a surprisingly huge, big thing all around the world. We're working on things, and I decided I wanted to do something on baseball. And all of a sudden I realized that I was working on the sequel to the Civil War, and people thought I was nuts. And I said, well, the first real progress in civil rights in a major, not just symbolic, but major social way was when Jackie Robinson, the grandson of a slave, made his way to first base on April 15th, 1947, way after the end of the Civil War. But it was the first real progress, the beginning of what we would call the civil rights era, though it had been going on before, and there were other people who had worked hard in all the intervening decades, and even been baseball players at the equivalent of the major league level in the 1880s and 90s until they were banned because of the color of their skin. And then you have jazz, which is created by a people who have the peculiar experience of being unfree in a supposedly free land. And they create this music that is recognized around the world as our art form. And then I realized I was working on a trilogy. I had to get baseball done in order to start jazz. So a lot of the times the thinking is different. Another point is just seeing a bit of footage, or somebody says, a friend of mine said, what about country music? And I went, oh, perfect. And I'm a child of rock and roll, but I knew that was going to be a much better subject than rock and roll or whatever.
So that's because that's where I was wondering, when you're a child of rock and roll, I'm a child of rock and roll, what is it about rock and roll that isn't enough?
It's not that it's not. It's that I don't want to tell you stories about what I know. I want to, that's homework, right? Mm-hmm. Like what you should know. Mm-hmm. I'd rather share with you a process of discovery. And so I dive into things that I don't know enough about. I mean, I did do baseball, which I thought I knew something, and every day was a daily humiliation. And I did do Vietnam, which I lived on a college campus, Ann Arbor, Michigan, growing up through grade school and high school. And so I thought I knew it. I had a high draft number, so I was trying to conscientious objector, so I got out of that, but I knew nothing. And so the idea—
Because you hadn't been there.
Because I hadn't been there, because I also hadn't understood the full context of all of those different spokes. I saw it from the—
You saw your spoke.
I saw my spoke. And so what we like to do, I mean, it's the same with the revolution now, the American Revolution, is that it has become so protected and encased in sort of amber because we accept the violence of the Civil War, we accept the violence of all the 20th century wars that we've been in, but the revolution these are great ideas, and they are. And great men are thinking great ideas, but you forget it's our Civil War. Our Civil War is a sectional war. The revolution's a civil war. There's like at least 20%, maybe 25%, in some areas much more, are loyalists, remaining faithful to the king. There's nothing wrong with the status quo. That's called a conservative. That's what you do. And the patriots were risking everything, and lots of people who are disaffected, just sort of paying attention to who's going to win and just wanting to stay out of harm's way. So it makes places like New Jersey and South Carolina about as bad as South Vietnam during the Tet Offensive.
It's interesting what you say there about the Revolutionary War, and it makes me think of the Holocaust and America's, and you approached it from this unusual angle of America's relationship with the Holocaust. Are you trying consciously to expose questions rather than, I suppose, provide answers that people don't want to broach necessarily or haven't thought of broaching?
I think—
Is that too am I being too grandiose?
Yeah, because it implies a sort of intentionality to it. When you see that something's a good story, you want to do it. And that means if you're going to dive deep, you're inevitably going to bring up contradictory and complex stories that go fundamentally to who we are, who we like to think we are, who we're not, even though we think we are, and all of the possible combinations in between. And that's a complicated thing to do. And you want to make sure that in the course of that, there's no scold, there's no particular political thumb that you're placing on the scale, that anybody, any American, any human being who has got maybe an 8th grade education, although some of our films play even well in lower grade schools, will be drawn to, because ignorance is not a crime. Willful ignorance is, stupidity is. That we want to just say, we didn't know, this is what we've learned, can we share with you what we've just discovered? And that, hey, let me tell you what I just learned, is so much better way to at least even begin the process. But we don't go saying, and therefore we'll be able to throw this zinger at Americans and really make them wake up and no. So stories are one way of keeping things a little bit alive, but also the best stories also wake us up to the realities of what our future will be. And in my case, I take the past to tell us something about not where we are and where we're going to be. Those are byproducts of the films, but where we've been and how very, very much they were exactly like us. You know, people say history repeats itself. It never has. You're condemned to repeat what you don't remember. Lovely phrase, often attributed to George Santayana and the Holocaust. It's just not true. It's a lovely phrase. You'd wish that would be true. Mark Twain is supposed to have said, we can't prove it precisely, so supposed to is the good cheat word, that history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And that's a wonderful phrase, because that's exactly it. Ecclesiastes, which may be a better authority, the Old Testament said, what has been will be again, what has been done will be done again. There's nothing new under the sun, which means human nature doesn't change. So every time we work for 10 years on a project of the national parks or Vietnam or the American Revolution, you lift up at the end. At no point during it, you're going, aha, isn't that so much like today? You know, you look up and you go, oh my God, it's so much like today. This venality, this virtue, this greed, this generosity, it's repeating itself. We know these people and we understand the people who are both. Sometimes we sort of say, oh, you're bad and you're good. And what we understand from honesty about ourselves, we've got both of those things in us. And we've done some bad things and we've done some good things. And how do we reconcile all of that? So we don't have to throw anybody out. We don't have to cancel anybody out, nor do we have to present some treacly, superficial version of American history. We can just say, this is call balls and strikes. And you know what? The perspective of the shortstop is really different than the perspective of the right fielder or the catcher. And we want to have all those perspectives, as well as the people sitting on the bench and the manager and the people in the stands. Whatever we do, it's going to be like today, because human beings don't change.
It's all of the spokes.
It's all of the spokes. And, you know, that human beings don't change can be, you know, cripplingly sad. And it can also be something to rejoice about. I mean, and within those parameters is where human experience lies. The fact that we don't learn and the fact that we do learn.
When you think about America, it seems that there's almost a sort of an America you're longing to describe or searching for, or portraying a kind of de Tocquevillian America of shared experience and community. And I was wondering if that's why you go to history so often, that you find it more in history than you might find it today.
No, I live in a small town. You see it every single day, the kind of willingness to help another, to wave at I walk 3 miles every morning with my dog, and I wave at every car, whether they wave back or not. And most people wave back. I think maybe at the beginning, growing up, I had a kind of idealized version of my country. I love my country. I don't know anyone who loves their country more than me.
Yeah,
as
that's
I learned
real
to
left
tell
wing,
the
isn't
stories,
it?
I learned how complicated it was.
Isn't it, Brian?
From the very, very beginning, from the first stories that we're telling, that for everything, and the opposite thing might also be true. And so it became incumbent to try to figure out how, and I've worked with principally Jeffrey Ward, who has been a master as a writer in tolerating the contradictions between Americans and within Americans. Somebody like Thomas Jefferson, who is able to distill a century of Enlightenment thinking into one remarkable sentence, that I think the most important sentence in the English language after "I love you," that begins, "We hold these truths to be self-evident." He said sacred and undeniable, and Franklin said no, self-evident. And the last thing in the world that was self-evident were the truths that he was about to articulate. They were not. Everybody was a subject up to that point, and he was suggesting something else. But he said that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator, meaning this is not bestowed by any monarch, with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He owned hundreds of human beings in his lifetime. He knew it was wrong, and he kept doing it. And the historian Annette Gordon-Reed in the film said, well, why, if you knew it was wrong and you could do it? She goes, that's the question for all of us, which was exactly the right answer. The impulse is to go either to shame Jefferson or be upset with anybody who even brought up the fact that Jefferson did that. Why are you muddying the waters? And so what we're saying is that American history is a mirror that holds up to us an incredibly complicated story of us. I've said this, I make films about the US, but I make films about us and all of the intimacy of that lowercase 2-letter plural pronoun, all the intimacy of us and we and our, and all of the majesty, the complexity, the contradiction, and even the controversy of the United States. And it's, if I were given 3,000 years to live, and I will not run out of topics in American history.
If you had to choose a modern subject to find that essence of America.
Yeah. So
would you be interested in doing so, and where would you look?
Oh yeah, well it's less modern. I need to have history provides a kind of triangulation. Philip Graham, who owned the Washington Post, wrote that journalism is the first rough draft of history. It's a wonderful phrase until you stop and think, have you ever turned in a rough draft? No, it requires what? A little time, a little work, and stuff like that. So what history is allowing some passage of time to provide perspective and to get even more sources, right? So we have great journalists in our country, and that is a wonderful tradition that we have, and the best in the world, I believe. And yet you need some distance. We're I've been interviewing Obama about his administration, and the longer I wait to do that film, the better it will be because of the passage of the perspective that the passage of time will give. And the other day, even though all these projects and more, Martin Luther King, things like that, Crime and Punishment, will go to the 2030s, I just the other day said, boy, I'd like to do a history of the CIA. But somebody asked of Duke Ellington, who is certainly our most prolific, maybe 2,300, 2,400 compositions, and I think our greatest composer, what the most important one is. He said, the one I'm working on now. And to me, that's how we feel. It's like the process. When I put my head on the pillow, I just want to know that I made a film better that day.
Is there any downside to the success you've had and the fame that's come with it?
Not
for you personally?
Not really. I think first that the isolation here, there's a wonderful nutritional celebrity. Like if somebody stops me on the street in New York, it's because they've spent 15 hours watching, the Roosevelts. So can I give them 15 seconds or 50 seconds? Of course. And I have unbelievable encounters with people. I was taking my oldest daughter to a college interview at NYU before she went to Yale. And we were walking across Washington Square Park, and this man came up to me, and he moved towards me so much so that I started to step in front of Sarah. And he goes, my brother's daughter died. My brother's daughter died. And I went, oh my God. And I put her behind me. And he then said, he saw, and he went, I'm sorry, crib death. And I said, oh, I'm sorry, I have daughters too. And then he said, I didn't know what to do. My brother and I were so close. And then I remembered your baseball film, which we'd watched together. So I went back to my parents' house and we got the gloves that we had as kids. And I went to the back door, not the front door. And I walked in and I just handed him the mitt and we went out and we played catch. You know, Katie, that's the only reason why you want to make a film, right? Is that somewhere somebody has some moment in which the emotional archaeology that I've described it had an effect, had a power. So there's not a downside to it. Sometimes I can go for weeks in New York completely anonymous, and I walk everywhere. I take the subway. I am not, chauffeured or Ubered or whatever.
Yeah, I can hear you.
And then some week, for some reason,
You can hear me though, right?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, perfect. All right. Let me try one more thing. I might go live a little bit later. This one I'm testing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm actually about to wrap this up. Apparently, Deacon Dave thinks I'm willfully ignorant, so it's time to get off and go educate myself.
We're gonna have some street interviews later, I'm guessing. But I just want to test this sound, man, just to make sure that I don't go live and people can't hear me.
By the way, did you check your Slack? CKJ3 has a Charleston White clip from X that he wants you to see. Did you see it?
I think I know what he's talking about. So if he's around, maybe we jump right into that in the next stream. Then what do you think?
Yeah, he said he was coming back. He said he had to go do something or another. But
are you familiar?
Well, I saw he sent me the clip and I put it in your Slack.
Yeah, I mean, did you get a chance to take a look at it yourself?
I looked at about half of it. But
Okay.
I wasn't aware that he even had come out. I was on Freezy's. Well, I was in Freezy's chat, so they showed Freezy. As a matter of fact, Freezy made a huge deal out of it. He was all boisterous, basically saying that he was right and Charleston White, he was right and Charleston White was wrong, and just making a big to-do of it. I had no clue that Charleston White had even said anything about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he said something initially. Then maybe heard more and changed his opinion.
Well, no, he met with Carmela's father.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Initially, I think he was of a different mind, a different persuasion, and then I guess he met with the family and heard their side, and I think he's the only person that may have heard from their side, and then had his own opinion, then changed his mind. Seemingly changed his mind based upon that video.
Well, if what he's saying is true, it could be a bit of a game changer.
Yeah, as I said, we've only really heard, we really haven't heard any side except for more or less the police, and that would be judged in the court of law, and then we've heard more or less speculation about what happened. But here's someone speaking from the Anthony's point of view. Paint a totally different picture. So it is very interesting. I've heard someone else that saw the video or said they saw the video. I'm not sure if they did or not, but they came away thinking something totally different too. So totally interesting, very, very interesting to see how this is going to turn out.
Well, I mean, he's been charged. So I mean, if he has that kind of story, you almost have to go to trial.
Yeah. I think in this case he was going to almost be charged no matter what, innocent or guilty, just by the nature of what happened.
Right.
But if it's as it say is, then, he'll just have to go through the injustices of going to court, the inconveniences or whatever. But, that's what.
Well, it's funny because I read, I don't even remember where I read it. But they, this particular book was talking about jury nullification.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, that's going to be a big thing. That's going to be a very big thing, because if I were his
I don't think that's going to happen in Texas.
Well, they're going to be pushing to move the trial. Like, they would be, not doing their son a service by not at least attempting to move the trial. That won't make sense to me. And so to move the trial, you're hoping that some people see it your way. You call it jury nullification, or seeing things from a different point of view. But that's what in my opinion, that's what he's going to have to hope for it. That's just my thought.
What's up, Dirty Dude?
What's up, Dirty?
So, yeah, well, Dirty, you got here a little late.
You by the end of the ceremony?
Ken Burns has a documentary on the American Revolution coming out in November, and I thought it was this month, but I'm sorely disappointed. So I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, Stanley, man, I got a topic we're going to cover in the stream at some point. What's up, Dirty? And, I don't know if you'd be interested in it. You live a full life, so you may have some opinions on it. A buddy of mine, Philippe, he has a friend and then a son of the friend, both facing divorce same time. The son is not his.
Well, wait, hold it. His friend and his friend's son?
Yeah. So his friend
Holy
is like,
cow.
let's say his friend is, let's say 65. And it's really his stepson. It's not his biological son, right? So you follow me, right?
Yeah.
And so the wife wants to get divorced. This is a Jewish man, very, very wealthy Jewish man. And the wife wants him to give all of the children money. Well, of course, he's going to leave his own children money. But what about her children? Her child? Her child is really struggling right now, going through a divorce of his own. Or one.
Well, that is interesting. When did he?
Hold on. He wants to get divorced, but he can't afford it. So his mother is saying to her husband, "Hey, I know we about to get divorced. I need you to kick some money to my son, so he can get divorced." Right? And so there's a very interesting, a blended family.
Well, I don't see how he's obligated to do it.
Well, he has to abide by some of the terms of the divorce, and she's willing to sacrifice in some cases on her part to make sure that her son is able to get out of a bad situation, because he needs money to get out of that situation. So, it's very interesting, man. Very, very, very interesting. Divorce.
God, that just seems rotten. Like your wife is going to basically force you to pay for your stepson's divorce.
Yeah, well,
there's got to be a way out of that.
Well, not necessarily pay for it directly, but give him some money now, so that he can get up out of his bad situation. Right? No, this is not his son. He's like, hey, I don't give a fuck about him. But to get out of the situation, he may have to do it, or be inclined to do it. So very interesting. Hey, I got to run it. If you're gonna be up, I'll be back. Otherwise,
I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I'm at 5 hours, but I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. When you start up, I'll hop in the chat at least, because I'm kind of interested.
I probably do the street interviews, a little Mary J, a little bit of all that.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out. I didn't know you were that big a Mary J. Blige fan.
I think it's it's a take on music and the what do you call it, predatory nature of it. This woman has made a lot of hits, but here she is dancing, at 55 years old, totally uninspired. Why is she out here having to do this? Kind of sad. What happened? Where's the money? Those type of things are very interesting to me. Yeah.
So you don't think she's enjoying it?
No, hell no. You see that performance? Hell no.
I haven't seen. I don't think I've ever seen Mary J. Blige perform outside of TV.
Yeah, 55. That wasn't her bag right there. But yeah, I got to get out of here. I'll be back soon. Yeah.
All right, take it easy. Oh, by the well, never mind. I'll talk to you later.
What's up?
No, I was going to say, Portia's back in country.
Okay, good. All right, yeah, I'll see you guys later. Make sure you join the next stream.
All right. Bye.
Live from the streets in Brooklyn.
You what now? Oh, well, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up because I'm actually kind of tired here. But I did just find a gardening video I'm definitely going to show tomorrow. Let me go ahead and make sure I save this. So everybody go ahead and make sure you hit the like button in both chats. And by the way, it wouldn't hurt my feelings if you're in John's chat, the Urban Landlord chat, you go over to the Stanley Cross chat and hit like. I would much appreciate it. I will be back on tomorrow at 5:45, 5:30, 5:45, somewhere in that area. And then John, he has something scheduled for 12:50 or so. So it'll be shortly afternoon, I guess. John's going to be doing street interviews and some other stuff. So stay tuned for that. And that's pretty much all I have. If no one else has anything, y'all have a good day. I will see you tomorrow.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk, twerk.